Kevin.
All right, I'll wait to call to order until you.
Okay.
Call Kevin.
Let me do that, and I'll get back to you.
We're going to be on in about 10 seconds.
Shoot, I'll move myself after a minute.
Jeffrey, we're still taking public comments at 5:30, correct?
No, I have the one additional. I have another caller at 5.
We're taking both at 5 o'clock?
We're going to take one at 5 o'clock and one when you come back.
Okay.
So, Mayor, this is Brian. I just spoke with Kevin. He had dialed in to the 5 o'clock closed session. I told him he would need to dial into the open session. He says he has the number, and he's going to dial in now.
Okay, thank you. We'll wait for him, and then we'll go ahead and call to order. Thanks, Brian.
Literally a second.
Check out the audio back there. On the mixer? Yeah. Everything, the mixer's on. Everything on the volume's down.
Thanks, Jeffrey. I just saw that email.
Okay. You'll see on the live stream thing as people are talking. Okay.
Okay, Kevin's coming into the meeting.
Am I muted or on?
You are muted.
You want to announce that it's time?
Give him a second.
Okay.
Okay, you're in.
All right, it's 5 o'clock and it looks like everybody's here.
All right. All right. We are going to go ahead and call this meeting, meeting of the Camarillo City Council, actually adjourned meetings of the Council, Sanitary District, the special meeting of the Successor Agency, and the adjourned regular meeting of the Camarillo Library Board for Wednesday, May 20 at 2020 at 5 p.m. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Craven.
Here.
Councilmember Kildee.
Here.
Councilmember Molche.
Present.
Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Here.
Mayor Tremblay.
Here. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
How do I make it stop?
Thank you very much.
So my question is, do the rest of us not call our meetings to order individually, or as the mayor, can you call the CAMSAN board to order?
Mr. Pierrick, do you have any advice for us on that?
Did you just call them to order?
Yes, I did. Perhaps I jumped the gun. Why don't we go ahead? Charlotte, would you go ahead and call your meeting to order, please?
I'll call the Camarillo Sanitary District Board to order.
All right, I'll call the Successor Agency meeting to order. Sean?
You're muted, Sean.
Yeah, I will call to order the Camarillo Library Board.
All right. Sorry, I got ahead of everybody on that one. And the record will reflect we have all 5 council members and board members here. And this meeting tonight is for all 4 of the items 1A, B, 2, and 3A listed in the agenda. I understand, Jeffrey, that we have a public comment prior to our adjourning into a closed session on items 1A and B.
Yes, so I'll place that call now.
Thank you very much.
Jeffrey.
Hi, Jeffrey. How you doing?
Good. You have 3 minutes. Here you go.
Good evening, City Council. Tonight, you have to make a lot of decisions. I know the library's been said a lot, but the future of the children, it's important that we don't destroy the library. And during this time, with everything that's gone on, we need to look at everything. The police department's budget is pretty big. And, I don't know if anybody's requested to see how much service calls are down, because the factory outlet isn't open in other areas. It may be time for a 20% cut in the sheriff's department. It also may be time, again, for City Hall to look at pension reform. It's time to look at everything. You guys have a lot of reserves, and hopefully you don't use them all up or use quite a bit of them without looking at the data that shows that there are going to be several sectors of the economy. And we're going to look at 20% unemployment. A lot of businesses are going to fail. Everywhere you go, you hear about it. Even the openings where I'm at, it seems like the amount of customers coming in is very slow. So I hope you guys will look at everything. Nothing should be off the table. Again, we're all in this together. Unfortunately, any department or that's got a downturn, you have to be willing to lay people off, cut back on spending money, and it needs to be a broad approach, not just a little piece at a time. And so I hope you will take the time and look at everything, including renegotiating maybe the fire department's contract with the county. Everything needs to be looked at. Nothing is untouchable at this time in history. So I know you have a lot on your plate. I want to wish you the best and the people of Camarillo. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that Mr. Lorimer is our only public speaker under public comments. With that, then, the record should reflect that the council will now adjourn to closed session to discuss item numbers 1A and B as set forth on the agenda, and we anticipate that we will be returning into open session for item number 2 at 5:30 p.m.
Mayor, did you want me to announce specifically what the items are?
Why don't you go ahead and do that, Mr. Pierrick? Thank you.
Certainly. So this closed session will be for a public employment employee appointment. The authority is Government Code Section 54957B1. The title is City Manager. Also, conference with labor negotiators. The authority there is Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representative is the city attorney. The unrepresented employee is the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Pierrick. The council will now recess into closed session and return to open session at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Kevin is here.
Kevin.
I'm here.
Okay, very well. Then I think we have everyone here.
Can you hold on
Go
just...
ahead then and come out of our closed session under items 1A and B. Now, let the record reflect it's now 5:36 p.m. There's no action to report on those closed session items. We are now going to go to item 2, but before we do that, I understand that we have at least one public comment. Jeffrey, prior to going to item 2.
Carmen, do you want to do an introduction first?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, for public comment tonight. We have our Executive Director of the Boys and Girls Club. He will be, there's an item on the budget tonight regarding the contribution of the city's contribution to the Youth Employment Program. So I will go ahead and pass that on to Jeffrey so that we can call him for his public comment.
And I will call the CAMSAM meeting back to order.
I'll call the library board back to order.
You're muted, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Sean. I think I spoke over you. You called the library meeting to order, then I'll go ahead and also call the successor agency special meeting to order. And so all of the agencies are reconvened, and we're now just waiting for public comment.
Hi, Roberto. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, hello, Mayor Tremblay, City Council, and City staff. Just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening on behalf of the Youth Employment Service Program. I understand you're taking a serious look at all expenses in order to best guide our residents through this time. But I ask that you consider Youth Employment Service as an investment in our economic development and redevelopment. The youth who fall into the age range of the Youth Employment Services, ages 14 to 23, are going to need guidance at this time. Some of our Youth Employment Services participants have already been directly impacted by losing their jobs, and those who have not been in the have not yet been in the job market before will need our help. I'm sure we all have some anecdotal stories about college freshmen or high school seniors whose summer plans and plans for the upcoming fall have changed. Many have lost their jobs or will not continue to attend school out of state at this time due to their respective lockdowns. As our state and county take the measured steps to reopen, it will be an employer's market, and these youth with little experience will need guidance and the tools to secure a job. With the YES program, we help youth with many of the soft skills that are not fully formed yet. In our program, we instruct our participants to make a good first impression, be persistent, and understand that it is a job to find a job, and every advantage helps. So youth with these tools will be significantly more likely to get a job than those youth who do not. Annually, we place about 100 kids in paid work, including residents, seniors, etc., who hire our YES applicants. Shortly after the stay-at-home orders were started, we connected YES applicants with essential workers needing childcare and seniors who needed people to go grocery shopping for them. As our community continues to learn how to adapt, so will our program. On average, we place about 100 kids through our program, and these are kids who now have relevant work experience and disposable income to invest in our local business. So again, I know that there are a lot of decisions that you guys are facing right now, and thank you.
I have a question.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Craven.
Is Roberto still on the line?
Yes.
I am.
Roberto, I have a question. If I remember correctly, when the Chamber of Commerce used to handle this, and then it moved to the Boys and Girls Club. And during that transition period, our cost went from $9,000 a year to $22,000 a year. Do you remember how the increase came about?
You know, I don't, but if I recall, that was, you know, I don't even know the year, and you know, the cost of doing business obviously has increased as, you know, salaries and wages have gone up with you know, state mandated minimum wages, and I think, you know, in reviewing some of the earlier contracts, you know, it didn't account for some of the other you know, costs, such as, you know, the cost to the office in terms of ink and printing and insurances and those different items. So I can't say I can identify the year that it transitioned from the chamber to the Boys and Girls Club, but I can imagine that minimum wage and some of those other things were at a different level at that time.
And my other question is, did I hear you correctly to say you placed 100 kids a year?
Yes. We get around 250 to 300 applicants, and we successfully place about 100 a year.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Craven. Any other council members have questions for the speaker?
Mr. Mayor, I do.
Mr. Mulchay.
Hey, Roberto, Sean.
Hi, Sean. How you doing?
Pretty good. Hey, I'm reading your comment, your letter that you submitted. You mentioned that the YES program, obviously as things phase in, the economy works to phase in reopening, but the YES program is going to also phase, they're going to operate on what you call a reduced scale for 50% the first quarter, this is obviously a fiscal year, 50% the first quarter, 66% second quarter, 75% third quarter, 100%, back to 100%. I guess around this time next year. Would you then be looking for the contribution to be similar?
Are you talking about for the fiscal year 2021 to 2022?
2020, 2021. So starting this June, or sorry.
Yeah. So, and I'm sorry, it's a little. It's breaking up a little bit, but so in the letter that we submitted, the request was adjusted for the upcoming fiscal year 2020 through 2021, and yeah, that's obviously the city is dealing with some significant challenges, and we obviously want to do our part, but we also want to make sure that we're investing in our youth. So we wanted to propose how we can continue to operate for the time being on a reduced scale, as we know that everyone is tightening their belts.
With your with the kind of phased-in approach, or the scaled, what do you call it? With the reduced scale or the increasing scale in the operating this program, then would you guys be asking for a dollar figure commensurate with that? If I did my math right, it's coming out to 16,367. So would you be requesting a reduced contribution in light of the fact that the program is being phased in and operating at different operational levels through this next fiscal year?
Yes, for this upcoming fiscal year, we were proposing a reduced, scale in terms of the revenue for the program to be commensurate with the services provided.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for our speaker? Thank you very much, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. You guys have a good evening.
People who wish to offer public comment?
No other comments.
All right. Hearing none, then I think we're going to turn the meeting over to you, Ms. Nichols.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight is the second study session on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2021. The first study session was on April 29th, and following that session, we took City Council's input and applied that to the working draft budget. We continue to make adjustments as we settled on some unknowns since that time. And as you know, we have to stop at a certain point in time and use the information that we know at the time and other information that is based on assumptions to bring you this latest document. And as you know, budgets are ever evolving. And this year, the budgeting and planning process has been significantly impacted by the pandemic and the swift changes that are occurring. We continue to work with those changes, but the good news is we received today the confirmation from the county that it was approved by the state for accelerated reopening. So this means that our restaurants will be able to provide modified dine-in service, and our retailers will be open for modified destination shopping. So that's really good news. And again, this information changes very quickly and frequently. We have some work yet to go, and tonight Mr. Uribe will walk you through a balanced budget, including additional adjustments made since the 29th, and explain what is still pending. He'll explain the timeline in which this pending information will be brought forth to the council. I'd like to say that departments have made significant efforts towards the budget, and we will continue to work on evaluating operations and services to look for efficiencies in areas where we can provide further savings. So this is an ongoing commitment by staff. So we look forward to your comments tonight in preparation of a final budget, and we hope to bring that to you on June 10th for adoption. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Uribe.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, before we get started too much, I just want to real quick recognize Raina Bassett, our budget analyst, and Bobby Dane, our finance assistant, because I think most of the folks watching right now might not be watching by the time we finish this. And wanted to point out that they're sitting here behind the camera. They're going to be helping me throughout this evening with questions. We have several members of staff from other departments spread out throughout the council chambers that are here to listen to the budget. They also helped contribute to putting together this effort to help deal with a lot of issues with our budget in this period. So just wanted to point that out, that they're all available for questions, because I don't know all the answers, and honestly, I don't think anybody knows all the answers, because we're trying to put together a budget being a series of estimates on where we think things are going to land, what we think is going to happen. And to put in a little perspective, we'll be focusing on the general fund, but the city is made up of over 60 different funds, the general fund being the largest. Within those funds, we have revenue and expenditure accounts of over 3,000 different revenue and expenditure accounts, and each of those is a budget estimate. In the general fund, 1,000 of those 3,000 line accounts, individual line item accounts, revenues and expenditures, are in the general fund, and that's where most of the city's activities are funded by, and that's where the general use revenues are recorded. General use revenues that can be used for any purpose: sales tax, property tax, transient occupancy tax, business tax. Those are the examples. Where we have other funds, those are typically set up to track restricted revenue sources that can only be used for certain purposes. So that's kind of an understanding of how the budget is laid out, what we are dealing with in trying to budget in a normal year. So even more so now, we're in a time of unprecedented uncertainty, and we're trying to estimate what's going to happen. So there are just a number of different pieces of information that are built into this. And as I said on the previous study session, when we went from tracking the course of how the budget looked in the beginning of March through the COVID impact on revenues through to today, it's a constantly moving target. Numbers are constantly changing, information is constantly changing, but we have to, at a point in time, go with our best estimate that we know at that point in time. So this is the second major point in time, I guess I would say, because this is the second study session. The intent tonight is to give you the information that we have as of this point in time, and to receive direction, receive comments, and give us enough information to move forward. While things are still moving, there's still some pieces of information that we're waiting to hear. For example, results of the state's budget revision last week. We still do not have revised estimates there, but I'll talk through some of those. And what we'll be doing is bringing forth on June 10th a proposed budget for adoption. So real quick, to go through a couple of the terms that we're going to be using throughout the evening, you'll see on some of the slides there's a term recommended budget. I prefer the term proposed budget. We've gone back and forth over the years, depending on the finance director at the time, but recommended budget, proposed budget, those are the estimates that we're going with as of now. Those are our forecasts on the revenues. Those are our assumptions built into forecasts to put into our numbers, what we're proposing and what we'll be bringing back on the 10th. Then one of the other terms we'll be talking about throughout the evening are fund balances, also sometimes referred to as reserves. The technical term under GASB, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, is commitments or uncommitted fund balance. That would be the amount available to spend. So we'll be talking about that later on as well. One of the other terms that we'll talk about early on are the deficit and surplus. That means when we look at revenues for, and I'm going to focus on the general fund, but this is true for any fund. Revenues are the money's coming in, expenditures, the money's going out. The difference between those two is either a surplus or a deficit for the year that we're looking at. Fiscal year beginning July 1 through June 30th of 2021 is what we're focusing on. So what we did, what we're going to do is, if we can get the PowerPoint, I think. Okay, to walk you through, we're going to start off a recap of a lot of what we talked about last study session was budgeting during a pandemic. Then I'll be looking at focusing on the recommended budget year, fiscal year 2021, next fiscal year that starts July 1. Again, focusing on the general fund, the next couple of funds, citywide lighting and landscape, and transit fund. We touch on those because those funds have an indirect impact to general fund in that the general fund contributes or subsidizes the operations of those funds because, as I mentioned, the revenues did not cover the expenditures for those operations. The capital projects fund we'll touch on because those are typically very large dollar amounts, capital improvement projects, and they're largely one-time projects. So we see a lot of variation from year to year in that area. Then we'll touch some on the water funds and the sanitary district funds, and a couple of other funds to highlight as those are still some revenue numbers that we think might be changing. And then I want to spend a good deal of time on the reserve analysis and the general fund 5-year fiscal forecast, because what we did in the last study sessions, we took you from a period of time, early March when we first started the budget, and I'll show you here. I want to get you through that again, quickly recap how we got to where we are right now, touch on some of the items in the 2021 budget, but then I think the good news is we've closed the budget gap for fiscal year 2021, and we are in a positive situation, a surplus situation, versus the deficit of $853,000 when we last spoke on April 29th. So again, towards the end of the session, spending some time on the 5-year fiscal forecast, because that's where I believe we want to focus on. Get past the year 1 that we've balanced, fiscal year 2021, but start looking at years 2 through 5. And that just reminds me, another term to point out, fiscal year 2021 that begins this July 1, the next fiscal year that we are trying to budget for, and we will bring forth a proposed budget on June 10th, we're going to refer to as year 1. Then when we get to the 5-year, it's years 2 through 5. So I want to just keep that in mind as we walk through. So again, this slide shows we started off with a deficit of $7 million at the very beginning. That was completely raw data submitted. And a lot of that had to do with capital projects that we were able to quickly maneuver, shifting some projects, looking at funding sources, and bring it up to a positive number of $887,000. And then the COVID-19 economic impacts hit. And that knocked us down by about $4 million. So we were in a negative position now at $3.2 million. And then through some more shifting capital projects, some budgetary reductions in the departments, looking at areas where we could reduce without significant impacts to service levels, we were able to close that gap to the tune of $853,000 as a deficit when we last spoke 3 weeks ago. And then I will walk through on this next slide how we got from that negative $853,000 deficit to a positive $266,000. The first item there, and here's another thing I should point out. When we're talking bottom line, when we're talking deficit as a negative number with the parentheses or a surplus as a positive number without the parentheses, each of the movements on revenue side or expenditure side, anything with a parenthetical is a reduction to the bottom line or a further dip into general fund reserves or the deficit position. A positive means it helps the bottom line. So that first one, a negative $48,000, is anticipated increases to healthcare costs that were not plugged into the budget at the time we last spoke. That's an assumption that as health care professionals are still working towards a vaccine for this this virus, that there are likely going to be some increased healthcare costs. So we plugged in an assumption there, moving from a 5% to a 10% increase in that healthcare cost. The next one is a use of bridge policy fund. That is for a capital improvement project, the Cam Hills Drain project, and that is a shifting of funding sources that we identified bridge policy monies that could be used in place of general fund. So that means a savings to the general fund of $195,000. That next line, it says general fund 0% band, 0% merit in salaries. What that means is we're effectively freezing salaries for the entire fiscal year 2021. So no increases across the board in any position salaries. That equates to about $102,800. And that number is a little different from the number you saw on the 29th because that first number was just a straight calculation. Originally, it was a 4% merit increase average estimate brought down to 0. We did a simple calculation of 4% of salaries. There are a lot more moving pieces to that when you look at some of the benefits that are tied to salaries as a percentage, but others are a dollar amount that then gets spread based on salaries. So they're a little bit more fine-tuning that caused that number to be different from what you saw previously. The next number there for going the OPEB contribution, the OPEB is other post-employment benefits that we have a trust fund set aside for, and each year we do an actuarial calculation to determine how much money we need to contribute to that trust fund in order to be able to fund that benefit over a 25-year period. And this latest actuarial came back and said that we are good, basically, based on the assumptions, largely the interest rate assumption that says what that trust fund will earn over 25 years can fluctuate. Information changes, and we adjust accordingly. But for this go-round with the actuarial, we were told that we do not have to fund any more monies into that pool of money. So that saves $40,000 to the general fund. The next line there, Public Works contract savings. So, and I'll talk, you'll see this again later on when we get into the departmentals, but the landscaping contract reduction of about $400,000 and the tree trimming contract reduction of about $140,000 were areas that, in working with the Public Works Department, we identified those as reductions that would not equate to a significant impact on service levels. For example, that means increasing the frequency of the service, whether it be trimming the lawns, cutting trees. We'd just be increasing the frequency in between cuts, if you will, on those different services. That equates to about $540,000, so that's the largest chunk of this reconciliation. Building permit reduction, that's a reduction to the revenues, and that was based on a revised estimate on building activity that's expected for the fiscal year, year one. The adjustment to funding for Dizdar Park, $200,400. That is another look at the capital improvement project program and finding additional funding that could be shifted from one funding source that was eligible for use on the Dizdar Park project that then relieves the general fund monies that were originally plugged in for that project. On the property tax revised revenue estimate, that's another large chunk, $479,000. What that is due to our original estimate. When we first took a crack at these revenue assumptions and estimates and projections, we looked at the Great Recession back in 2008, 2009. And what we saw there was a property tax reduction that we built in here. I don't recall the percentage. I want to say 5% is what we experienced back in 2008, 2009. So what we plugged in was a similar reduction in this year one as a result of the economic shutdown. Now, coming back, what caused us to revise that estimate was information from consultants, but it's largely due to the timing. The property tax rolls, the assessed values, were done in January and had already been placed on the county assessor's property tax rolls by the time the economic shutdown began in March. So those assessed values are already put into the property tax bills for the fiscal year we're looking at, year one, fiscal year 2021. So aside from changes in ownership, sales of property, where we would tend to see where assessed values are normally adjusted in the middle of a year, we would see that come through as a supplemental revenue, which we have been averaging about $110,000. So if there were any housing market slowdown, less sales, depressed sales prices, we would see that in year one through the supplemental tax remittances. So we're we're bringing up the estimate now. We had first knocked it down. We're revising the estimate, and we're adding that $479,000 back to year one. And when we get to the 5-year forecast, I'll talk a little bit more about some of the assumptions going into years 2 through 5.
Mark, can I ask you, we can make this interactive if that's no problem?
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have mentioned that at the beginning. This is really meant to be an interactive session, so please ask as we go.
So in the materials provided, with regard specifically to ad valorem property taxes, it's staff's view that the housing market may have a moderate decline in taxable value in property and a moderate decline in projections, but that would come out in fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23. How do you reconcile that with this number?
Again, this number is bringing us back to a full year of revenue, no reductions built into this number. What we did in the original estimate was we brought it down, assuming that there would be some impacts related to COVID on property tax. We revised that to say that since the tax rolls have already been set prior to the shutdown, we stand to receive that full level of assessed value and property tax related to that in year one. So the verbiage that you referenced from the executive memo discussing a potential for housing markets slowdown, we expect that to hit possibly in years 2 and 3. And when we get to the 5-year, I'll go ahead and say now, when we get to the 5-year forecast, we don't reflect any reductions in those years 2 and 3, which I understand is contradictory to the statement that we expect or is projected that there may be some housing market reductions, but we don't have any numbers yet. We don't have any quantitative figures that say what that level will be. So again, it's back to where how much information do we have at the time? How much of a estimate do we want to make in years 2 through 5 for this particular revenue? And as we get to the 5-year, an argument could be made, well, are we not being conservative enough because we're not factoring in any kind of a reduction? When we go to the 5-year, we're going to look at some other revenue sources where I would say, are being very conservative in those revenue estimates. This one, as an example, I would agree is probably not the most conservative estimate for property tax revenue. Again, because when working with our consultants, the new tax rolls, the new assessed values will not kick in until January of 2021. And any supplemental revenues that come in throughout the year, there's still a lot of data to be collected as we move into July, August, September, as the recovery to this economic shutdown starts to develop.
I think my question, though, really related to the consistency between what we're seeing in this slide and versus what we're seeing, for example, in the 5-year general fund budget forecast, because the numbers for ad valorem property taxes in that schedule all show an increasing slight trajectory upward. That said, the materials provided, the explanatory materials provided, did project a moderate decline in 21-22 and 22-23. So that was my concern, that it didn't mesh.
Understood. And
maybe we can take that up when we get to the 5-year forecast.
We'll do that at the 5-year. Okay, and that's fine. We do that at the 5-year forecast time. But I would like to try to address that what I think is an inconsistency. Okay, thanks, Mark.
The next two lines there, the special contribution elimination, $172,000, and the appreciation events elimination of $53,000, are items that were some of them were discussed at the previous meeting, but others were not. So what we did was, and we'll have 2 slides later on towards the end of the presentation, where we have itemized all of those different types of contributions or events that roll up into those 2 numbers, and there'll be some discussion on whether or not council feels like they want to continue funding those. But for the way the budget is put together right now that we're looking at, to get to that $266,000 positive number, we had removed all of those items. And again, we'll be looking at those later on and go down the line on each one. So that concludes it. That rounding and miscellaneous figure, $24,000, is the way that we account for some rounding, but also some very much smaller items that were not significant enough to call out on a separate line. So we rolled those together. So that to end at that 266,000 number then is consistent with some of the actual numbers that you'll see in the other documents. On this next slide, we have some other items that are still pending and not built into the budget that achieve even more positive to the bottom line. One of them is the SB2 revenue for a housing element update. We understand there's about $300,000 available. Our level of spending that's anticipated for year one is about, would make us eligible for about $130,000 of that money. The animal citation revenue, $23,000, that's something that we recognize had not been budgeted previously, so we can add that back into the budget as we are receiving some revenue from that activity. And then the transfer to transit fund for the trolley lease. We talked about this, I believe it was on the 29th, or the subsequent meeting when we had a discussion on trolley transit services. Discussion and direction was that the trolley service that had been operated via a leased vehicle was going to be shifted to using a van that was already in the fleet. And that saved the general fund about $8,000. So that brings us down to the moving bottom line is to a positive of $427,000. The next several slides are just going to give some.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mulchay, did you have a question?
Yeah. Mark, I had a quick question. Can you go back to the last slide? For the trolley service shifted from a lease to a van in the city fleet, is that at the $8,000 savings over the course of the entire fiscal year?
It is for the entire fiscal year, but the offset is that vehicle would have been funded by FTA grant revenues by 80%.
Mayor, this is Brian Pierik. If there's going to be any further discussion on the trolley, then Councilmember Craven and Kildee will need to, because of their conflict on that issue, they'll need to declare it, and they'll need to mute their microphone and also disable their video.
Well, then I'll add that I don't intend to have a discussion about the trolley. I just want to understand how the $8,000 figure was arrived at.
I understand. It's just that there's going to be discussion. That is a discussion. So certainly, if you want to ask that question, you can pursue that. I'm just saying that Councilmember Craven and Kildee will not be able to be part of the meeting when that discussion is taking place. So I don't know if you want to do it later, you want to do it now, or?
I'll save it to later.
Okay.
I'll bank the question.
So the next series of slides are going to touch on historical, give you an idea of some of the major general fund revenues and their historical performance. This one is just to demonstrate that the top two lines are the sales tax and property tax, by far the largest revenues to the general fund. As you can see, the gap between the other revenues being transient occupancy tax, business tax, franchise tax, licenses and permits, and investment earnings. So here we see the property tax, very, very steady throughout the years. That one uptick in 2007 was a factor of the, I'm sorry, 2017. I can't read that far. Thank you. The uptick in 2017 was related to the library revenues. When we took over the library from the county, there were separate property taxes related to the library area that were accounted for separately. Beginning in 2017, they were no longer accounted for separately by the county, and the county had rolled those up into our general property taxes. So we were not able to get them to separate that. So that's why we show the uptick there. But otherwise, fairly gradual increases. Property taxes are limited by Prop 13 to a 2% increase per year, other than the sales changing hands that I mentioned earlier. I'm sorry, I didn't touch on the lower right is the sales tax. You see how in the Great Recession there was a dip and then a gradual recovery. Looks like probably in the second year, clearly in the third year, there was a recovery from the bottom. Being in 2010, we're back up in 2011, 2012. This economic or this recession, if you call it, is much more drastic. The last one being gradual, economic slowdown. This one was a complete economic shutdown where stores are closed. So the sales tax sees a much larger, steeper drop-off immediately when we're looking at 2020, and then carrying over a little bit into 2021 as stores start to reopen, presumably next month. Transient occupancy tax, again, there's a dip during the Great Recession. We came back in a period of, looks like 2 years, back up to pre-recession levels in 2012, and then a gradual increase up to 2016, a little bit of a dip and then back up. And then you see the dips for the current year, 2020, and into next year, 2021. And I'll be getting a little bit further more detail on the transient occupancy tax. I'm sorry, I forgot to go to the bottom one again. Business license tax, there you see, again, fairly steady. There was a dip in 2010. In this recession, again, being immediate, being a shutdown, we are showing the impacts in year one, next year being fiscal year 2021. That's the dip in the last bar on that lower quadrant. That's because business taxes are largely related to gross receipts for the business from the prior year. So being that the impacts of the shutdown are happening in this current fiscal year, actually I believe it might even be calendar year. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but calendar year gross receipts. In either case, the pandemic and the economic shutdown occurred in the year 2020 that would impact the business's gross receipts for the year 2020 that would then be reflected in their business tax renewals in 2021. That's one part of it. The other part of it is that some business may not reopen at all when we get into the next year as this recovery starts to unfold. The next two major ones are franchise taxes, a bit of a dip in the Great Recession, another gradual dip in 2018-19. Then we're assuming a dip in 2021. Again, due to timing, two of the large franchise tax revenues come from California Edison and the gas company. And those are based on calendar year gross receipts. So same situation. The calendar year being 2020 is the year of the economic shutdown. So we anticipate seeing the impacts on those two revenue sources once they calculate their gross receipts for the year 2020. We would then see the revenue generated in 2021. On the lower side, building permits, the dip after the Great Recession, that's based on development activity. And we saw another dip in 2016. We saw a spike in 2018. These are information coming from our building department and community development. And the anticipation is that we are going to see the impacts in this current fiscal year 2020 and then start to come up a little bit based on, again, development activity starting to rebound with the recovery efforts. And I know that we have several items of information on the city's website about what the city's doing to help local businesses with their recovery efforts. So I'd recommend folks try and visit those sections of the city's website as well. Investment earnings. These are not the actual revenues because it can be interest revenues can be very skewed because it's based not only on earning rates, interest rates, but also on the amount of cash we have available. And if we're spending cash on projects, cash amounts dip down. So it's a combination of the two. So we thought it'd be most useful just to show what the overall average interest rates we were earning on our portfolio throughout these years in history were. So you can see back in 2008, we were up between 4 and 4.5%. Then that large dip down all the way into 2014-15 being the low, starting to recover, but still not, a whole lot to write home about, still around 2%, where we were experiencing in the last fiscal year and expected now to drop to 0.05% for the fiscal year we're budgeting, 2021. So this next slide is a picture of the total city's budget. So very large numbers when you look at the total budget, and we'll get into the general fund and focus on the general fund very shortly here. But to look at the total budget, including water operation activities, Sandy District operation activities. I'm looking at the blue shaded column on the right. That's the year we're budgeting, year one, fiscal year 2021. Expenditures of $135.7 million, revenues of $106 million. So we're looking at a deficit position where the fund balance, the bottom line, goes from the first shaded column, $210.7 million, drops down to $187 million. That is planned use of the fund balance as projects are started. So that is not, I would say, a reason for concern because the fund balance is dropping. It's planned use. The fund balances are built up for projects, for one-time projects, and that's the use of those use of those fund balances for those projects. And there's some examples there of the projects, largest one being the groundwater desalter project. So now we touch on the general fund. What we're pointing out here is we're looking at the current year, results of the coronavirus economic shutdown. We had to adjust revenues downward by $1.8 million. And conversely, to balance the budget, we had to decrease expenditures by another $1.8 million so that the bottom line to the fund for the current year is virtually balanced. We start with the first column in that blue shaded area, $62.73 million, to the third column in that blue shaded area of $62.79 million. Then we look at, we'll be looking at and spending most of the time on the year one, but the highlights there are focusing on the transfers out because that's a big change from the prior year being, I got to catch myself, can't use prior year, from the current year to year one because that change in transfers out is largely due to transit operation transfers, and we'll be touching on those later on in the presentation. But that is what accounts for the change year over year in the transfers out to other funds. And that enables us to then see that second highlighted box of $266,000 is the anticipated surplus for the fiscal year 2021 that was highlighted on one of the first couple of slides we looked at. That is the bottom line for the general fund that's projected as of this point in time.
Mark?
Yes.
A question though, with regard to this current fiscal year, 2019/20, the recommended budget or forecasted budget number of $41,543,928, that's the number that's used in the budget schedules, Schedule A. So for purposes of my assumption, are all of the numbers reflected in Schedule A reflected of total expenditures and transfers out?
Yes.
Okay, so if I take all those numbers, I assume that I'm reading actually the total expenditure and transfer out line as set forth on this slide 12, right? When I look at Schedule A?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
So next we get into a little bit more of the details of the revenues. That first line, property tax, we had discussed a little bit, is that there was actually a 3.9% increase, and that's based on the assessed values that we received from the county assessor. That is, again, like I said, the assessed values that are already on the tax rolls for fiscal year 2021. We expect to see that $14.8 million in property tax revenue. So it's actually an increase for year one. And then a little bit later on, we'll get into the discussion and assumptions on the housing market in years 2 through 5. The next line on the sales tax. This is the representation of the economic shutdown. Stores were forced to close in March. What we do to forecast the impacts to the general fund and our sales tax revenue is the assumption that the stores will close, and we looked at this a couple of times. We made an assumption in the first go-round that stores would be closed through the end of April. Then the governor's order came down saying extending it, where the assumption was now that the stores would be closed through the end of May. So this figure, 1.19 million, assumes that the stores would have been closed through the end of May and would start to open in June, and there would be a gradual recovery. Again, the assumption is that, that built into that number, the assumption is that once the stores start opening, people are not going to flock into the stores. We're not going to see the same volume of customers next month that we saw in June of last year. There's going to be a gradual recovery, gradual venturing out of folks from their homes to start hitting the stores again. That's what's built into that estimate. On the transient occupancy tax,
Mark, before you go on though, I want to make sure we go back. The 13.373 million number, I was having, I had some skepticism, regarding that number. But my understanding is that number has been thoroughly reviewed and discussed with our consulting, with our sales tax consulting firm. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that number is the estimate currently of what revenue would be through June 30 of this year.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We have been in communication with our consultants over the past several weeks because granted that estimate is probably 3 weeks old, but they have been monitoring activity. Sales tax activity is on a quarter lag as we get information from the state. They get information on a quarterly basis, but what our consultants do is they have folks, analysts in all different sectors of the businesses, retail, restaurant businesses, autos, and they touch base with those analysts to get a feel for how things are moving day to day. And they're monitoring the situation constantly. And in the discussion we had with a consultant yesterday, he still feels that their estimates are appropriate, that they have not seen anything in the last few weeks in talking with their analysts in different retail sectors or business sectors to lead them to believe that they should revise that estimate. Now, they will be receiving data directly from the CDTFA. They changed their acronym from Board of Equalization. It was a lot easier to say BOE, but now it's the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. Anyway, what they're saying, that the information they'll be getting from the CDTFA is for the first quarter of 2020, which is not even into the impacts of the store closures. So they won't be getting that information until next month. And then once they analyze that, they'll see if there's anything they can draw from that. They'll also have a few more weeks of the gradual reopening that seems to be happening so that they can then give us another revised estimate. So I should have mentioned from the beginning, because talking about how the budget is basically a series of estimates, and those estimates factoring in many different assumptions. The budget it's a planning document. It's something that we use the estimates, the projections that we have as of a certain time to make decisions to move forward, to plan for the next fiscal year. But it's also a fluid document. It changes as circumstances change, as the data comes in, as this, especially in this year, I mean, that's in a normal year, especially in this year of this crisis and this economic shutdown, as we start to reopen the economy, it's anybody's guess how that's going to pan out. So
right, and I understand this is largely to some extent this is a crystal ball exercise, but a couple of points. We're not going to know for this second quarter of the 2020 calendar year or fourth quarter of this current fiscal year. We're not going to really have those sales tax numbers until September. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it'll be a couple months before we have those. We have the first quarter. And then, so basically what we have now is the best guess, the best extrapolation our consultants can make with regard to what that number will look like anticipated through June 30 of this year, right?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Moshe, did you have a question?
Not on the sales tax revenue for the current year. I have questions when we talk about sales tax revenue for the for year one.
Okay. Okay. A couple of slides from now. For the transient occupancy tax in the current year, what we did was, with the governor's order, with the shutdown largely happening in the month of March, we looked at the tax returns we get from the hotels in town and compared occupancies. And what we were experiencing was about a high 40% drop in occupancy from the previous year. The same month, previous year over year, about a 40% drop in occupancy. So the way we factored that in, we actually did our estimate based on a 50% drop in those occupancies for the 3-month period and spread that through the entire year, and that equated to the $493,000 reduction in current year. When we get to licenses and permits, that's largely building permits. I spoke about that a little earlier. That is largely dependent on building activity. I think with this particular reduction, we identified one project that was planned for the current fiscal year that is being shifted into next fiscal year, therefore the reduction. In the charges for services, that is related to a reduction in SRO revenue because the school resource officer, because the schools are closed. It's a reduction in revenue that we normally collect from the schools, but there would also be a corresponding reduction to the expenditure to pay for the officer's time, the school resource officer's time that we would not be billed for. So it's a net zero difference to the bottom line for the.
I have a question.
This is Craven.
When those resource officers are taken away from the schools, and they are all summer, they're put on other duty with the police department. We're not reduced in number of bodies. Don't we continue to pay for that?
I believe they're reassigned to other areas in the county and not to Camarillo. I'm getting a nod, so that seems. They're charged to other. They're reassigned to other areas of the county and not to Camarillo specific. So we are not charged as the city of Camarillo for those officers when they're not at the high schools.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
If we're paying the overall amount to the sheriff, and then out of that group, some of those officers are assigned to the schools, and so the schools pay us, and then they're not being used at the schools, shouldn't we be getting a discount from sheriff? They're going to other.
I guess maybe I didn't clarify that. When those officers are not out at the schools because the schools are closed, we're not being billed for their time.
Okay. And so I assume that that's being reflected somewhere.
Yes, on the expenditure side.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a follow-up? Mr. Moshe? Mark, on the heels of Susan's question, the school reimburses us for that expense, so we've also decreased the reimbursement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's reflected as well.
And that's where this number is reflected, because when the schools reimburse us, we show it as a revenue, and this number 172 negative is the revenue reduction, reflecting that refund.
It's just a flow through, so it's a push in terms of cost.
Correct. I guess I will give a bit of a heads up at one of the slides later in the presentation when we start talking about departmental operations and service levels. There will be an item for discussion on SRO services to the Oxnard Unified, PV school district. Right now, they do not pay for any of the SRO or reimburse for any portion, so we're bringing back for discussion the possibility of exploring that as additional revenue to the general fund for a later discussion tonight. That last number there under the transfers in the general fund.
I'm sorry. So this what we're talking about is only Oxnard Union.
Correct.
Thanks.
Under the transfers in line, that's money that the general fund receives through gas tax dollars. The gas tax fund is a separate special revenue fund, restricted revenues for street maintenance. We account for the street maintenance costs in the general fund. So the transfer in of gas tax monies to the general fund is what's reflected here. And early on in the original budget, there was a use of those gas tax monies for particular CIP projects. We had then been able to find some alternate funding or reduce the cost of those projects so that we could replace that gas tax money that's being transferred back into the general fund to the tune of $150,000. Okay, then we get into year one, the budget year, 2021. Looking at largely the same major revenues, the property tax, a 2.2% increase. Again, that's largely the Prop 218 assessed value increases. And again, not factoring in any housing market assumptions, housing market slowdown, home sales price reductions into year one.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question of Mark at this point? Mr. Chakotay? Mark, on the property taxes, I just want to make sure I'm right on this, that this county did not extend the timing for that, so they were still due payable the same dates that it was in previous years. Is that correct?
That's a good question, and I should have brought that up, that they did, what they did was they suspended penalties. So there are no penalties on late payments of property taxes. So we still anticipate the revenue for the fiscal year, whether it be current year or, we're already through current year, but even for next fiscal year, we expect the payment of those property taxes, be they on time or late or delayed, the property taxes are still due. They are not forgiven. The penalties for late payment are, however, forgiven, and those typically equate to a minimal amount to the general fund.
A follow-up, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Mark, so the penalties have been delayed. Do we know, is there a time frame for the penalties, or is it just for all of that current year? Is there a 6 months? Do you know what that number, that as far as on the calendar, would be?
No, I do not have that information.
Okay, that's okay. We can get it later.
Next up, we have the sales tax line. So we're projecting, now recall that we've already reduced sales tax down to a level of 13.4 million, down from 14.6 as the original budget estimate for the current year. So we've already reduced by about almost 13%. This is a further reduction of 2% to 13.1 million. And again, this is continuing to work with our sales tax consultants for how they believe the sales taxes will begin to come in through this economic recovery stage. Under transient occupancy tax.
And Mark, can I ask a question? Sorry, Mark, I apologize. I meant to recognize Sean. I think I saw a hand from Mr. Milche. Mark, on the sales tax projection, we were talking about the consultant earlier. HDL is the consultant that we use for these projections. And it's my understanding, well, I guess two questions. One, I hadn't seen any report from HDL specific to our city, but I got online, I'd seen several reports that they had submitted to other cities and some slide decks they gave. They're basing their assumptions, right? So my first question is, in their presentations that they've been giving, and they've been basing all their assumptions on the, quote unquote, the virus running its course by September 2020. Yes. Which the way I interpret it was that after September 2020, they anticipated that there would be no additional, I guess, besides the lingering economic repercussions, there'd be no like active health orders. There'd be limiting economic activity. Am I correct on that?
That is correct. I'll put it another way, that what is built into these assumptions is that there will not be a second wave of virus. infection.
Right. Okay. That would have been a more succinct way of saying it. Yeah. The second question is in regards to their projections. How unique are these projections to Camarillo? So I've seen projections that they've made, and they've done it kind of on a statewide basis, and they've provided projections, industry-specific projections. I'm curious as to what extent we've taken those industry-specific projections, overlaid them with industry-specific sales tax revenue mix for Camarillo.
Yeah.
So I'm presuming that Camarillo sales tax mix does not equate to the state as a whole.
Or any.
So I'm just wondering.
Or any other agency. So yes.
Or any other agency. So how have we weighted that, or how have they weighted? Have they weighted that?
Yes, they look very specifically at the sales tax base and the makeup for each of their cities, and they would say that their projection for auto sales reductions in auto sales revenues, sales tax revenues, would be different from TO than they would for Camarillo. Similarly, the restaurants in I don't know, Oxnard would be different from their projection of restaurants in Camarillo. So they are looking specifically. I'll use another example, retail revenue projections. They would do Camarillo differently, recognizing that we have the outlet center, and those are completely shut down, versus a Target store that is open for some business. So they are factoring in those levels of detail into the sales tax projections.
Okay, thank you.
Please go ahead, Mark. Thanks.
Okay, transient occupancy tax, we talked about looking at the occupancies. There's a couple of things going into this assumption. There is, out to the bullet, if you can see it, we assumed the continued decrease because of travel uncertainties, the continued reduced occupancy levels, if you will, to the tune of about 13% hit to the revenue moving into fiscal year 2021. That assumes that even though travel restrictions may be lifted, folks still may not be comfortable going out and going on the road and staying in hotels. What offsets that number, and why we only show that highlighted number of 2.8, is that we also will be experiencing the reopening of a hotel that's been closed for renovations for the past 3 years, I believe. So we expect an increase there that would offset the negative 13%. So the net figure is a reduction of about 3%.
Question, Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven?
Did you also take into account that rates have gone down significantly?
We tried to poll the hotels. Well, certain hotels, I believe we got information from certain hotels that that they were offering reduced rates for first response staff or other types of promotions. We did try to factor that into some level, but in looking forward, as the reopening occurs, this would be an area where we would monitor for more of those types of discounted rates through the reopening phase, and then monitor accordingly and adjust accordingly.
Because as people, rates are based on the number of full rooms, versus the number of empty rooms. So if they've got, if we're expecting a 13% decrease in room rentals, then they're going to have 13% additional empty rooms, and the rates go down just because of that, not because of necessarily because they're renting to first responders. It's like empty. If an airline's flying completely empty, the rates go down.
Yes. On the business tax line.
Sorry, Mark. Quick question on TOT. For the reopening of the hotel that's been closed for some time for renovation, have we spoken to the business owner? Do we know for a fact that it's going to reopen? Because I know he's been trying to reopen that thing and finish renovations for quite a long time.
Yeah, I believe we just this last week got confirmation from Community Development Department.
he's confident that he'll be open.
I'm hearing that it is open now.
Oh, it is open now. And my second question, I guess, refer to more broadly to just economics. Let's just say that all hotels throughout Camarillo have a 50% occupancy now going forward. That's just me pulling out a number. By opening another hotel, it doesn't necessarily increase just because you have more supply in an industry that has severely suppressed demand. I don't know if that necessarily equates to filling more beds overall. Wouldn't you simply just take that demand and distribute it amongst a broader array of suppliers?
I think that's a valid point. I think where we would factor in is, again, not knowing enough about how this recovery and travel industry recovery is going to pan out. But I think, I guess I would just leave it at that. Our assumptions are based on certain factors, maybe not what you had experienced, but then it's back to, well, when do we think people will actually start getting out on the road again? And when we get into the 5 years 2 through 5, there's some further assumptions there, and I think one of them is the hotel and conference center coming online in, I think it's year 2. So there are some assumptions built into there. And I think we would all, I don't know if I can use the word expect, but maybe the word hope is better, that everything will have recovered by year 2.
I do want to stress, because I have some concern in regards to the TOT projection. So I do want to stress that we just really keep our ear to the ground on that. And if we have indicators that say otherwise, that we recognize those quick. That was the only question and comment I had.
The next
Thanks. Please proceed, Mark.
The next line we get to is business tax, where we are expecting a fairly significant decrease in fiscal year 2021, 20%, based on the tax revenue, business tax revenue expected to decrease. Lingering effects, again, how many businesses were impacted by the shutdown? I'd say the large majority of them, and this is the area where I mentioned earlier, their business tax renewal and therefore revenues to the city are based on the business's gross receipts for the calendar year 2020, which would have presumably seen significant decreases. That next line on the interest investments, again, based largely on the interest rate assumption, going down from a 1.77% to a 0.05%. What we've been doing for the last, I'd say, close to a year, as we were already in a low interest rate environment, as the longer-term maturities, securities would mature, we would not reinvest them because the rates were so low, and we would hold them in the LAIF, the Local Agency Investment Fund, which is a very liquid place to keep money, and that has been the process, I want to say, for about a year now. Real quick, I got a note. We did some quick checking to answer Councilmember Kildee's question about when the property tax penalty exclusion deadline or end date was, and that is August 31st. The last line, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped the transfers. Transfers in at the bottom. That is, again, the gas tax monies that are transferred into the general fund. That is a combination. The monies that were programmed for annual pavement program were reduced from $5 million to $3 million, and that allowed the gas tax monies to be transferred into the general fund because we found other funding sources for the pavement program. Now we turn to the expenditure side of the general fund for year 1. Again, this effort since March and up until now has been working closely with the different departments. When we in finance started recognizing the revenue impacts to this economic shutdown, we had to come back in order to balance the budget and ask departments to see where we could trim their budgets to meet the revenue levels that we expect to have in the fiscal year 2021. So an example of those are the first line, the City Council. We talked about cancellation of some special recognition events and sponsorships. And again, we'll come back to a couple of slides later on towards the end of this to see if there's anything that Council would like to add back to the budget for year one. But right now, as it stands, the budget has removed all of those. Under the City Clerk, there have been some reductions due to scanning. And I'll say that second line says, and reductions of conferences and travel. That's across the board. Every department, citywide, we've deleted conferences and travel budgets. Now, there are still some small dollars remaining in those budgets for training, mostly webinars or half-day sessions local, where there might be some training opportunities to continue during the next fiscal year, but we've effectively frozen all travel and conferences. That's the one that's pointed out there for City Clerk. I just made that statement because that equates to every department. Under City Manager, that was a shift of allocations. Another thing that happens year over year is we look at personnel allocations. And as example, my time and several folks in finance, time spent is allocated 50% to the general fund, 25% to the water fund, 25% to the sanitary district fund, because as this budget demonstrates, we're looking at not only the general fund but also those other operations, so the allocation of time is split accordingly. Now, throughout the year, in a budget year, we revisit those assumptions in the allocation. We revisit the duties at every position to see if the allocations need to be tweaked to better reflect where that time is being spent. So this is an example of one where not so much on this line, but throughout the shifting or the reassessment of those allocations is happening year over year as we go through the budget cycles. This one in particular, large reduction because a separate division was created for community relations, and you'll see that on the next line, the $205,000, where it was zero in the current year. On human resources, that was a delay of a class and compensation study. That's about $90,000. That was a big part of that. I think that also reflects the cancellation of a summer at City Hall intern program for a reduction of about 19% to that budget. The police services. Now this contract shows a 2% increase. Now that contract was not increased in year one. I think what we're seeing by way of an increase between those two numbers, 17.8 to 18.1, that is not a factor of an increase to the contract rates. That is recognizing that we had some savings in the current year due to vacancies that we were not charged for, and that SRO that we mentioned earlier. Those are some savings to the current year in the blue column that landed us at 17.8. That number was not 17.8 to start off with. It was closer to the $18 million number, 18.1 I would say, because we are not factoring in any kind of a rate increase for sheriff services in year one. A couple more expenditures to go through for year one in the general fund. Public Works. Big chunk of that is the elimination of a position. We had a deputy director position that was planned for retirement in this year, and we see the reflection of the savings there was a part of that reduction. There were also, I believe, some contract savings and some budget adjustments to bring that number down further. On the traffic signal and maintenance, also in Public Works, similar situation through contract savings, adjustments to expenditure levels. Economic development, that one is primarily due to the cancellation of the startup weekend, Ventura County, the reduction of the Chamber of Commerce contribution, and also some conferences and travel. The reduction down there.
Question on that. because I did notice in the materials we got ahead that was, and I want to say that we have an economic development director now, and I think that contacts and the contacts that person would make at a conference are very important for the type of thing we want him to do. Without getting out and making those contacts, I think it's going to be very difficult.
Thank you. The next line item we're looking at is the community support events. Fairly significant decrease from 172 in the blue column to the highlighted box of 38,000. And again, that is the cancellation of support for events. The examples were the Fiesta, the Wings Over Camarillo, the 4th of July celebrations, and SciArt. And again, we'll be bringing those back in a slide later in the presentation for discussion. The library operations shows an increase. This one gets a little tricky, and I know we got some comments from council members on the executive summary and the verbiage. It's a fairly difficult concept to explain, and I'll try it again. The way that the internal service funds work is they provide services. They have operating costs. In the library, the operations of the library cost is keeping the lights on, keeping the electricity for the computers, I believe even the staffing time or other costs to keep that library facility running. Then what we do is those costs get allocated back to the general fund to cover the cost of those operations. So what we had done was in the previous year, where we see that number of $2.5 million in the blue column next to library operations, what that does is it doesn't reflect a lower level of cost. It reflects that was the cost to the general fund, but the other portion of that, approximately $1.4 million, was use of accumulated balances in that internal service fund. So by factoring that in, that internal service fund no longer has balances, accumulated fund balances to apply towards their costs. So now that means more money needs to come from the general fund in year one. Next up, we start talking about transfers. Now, in the general fund, we have two sides, transfers in and transfers out. We talked about the gas tax transfers in. This is for the current year. When we're looking at the transfers out, the citywide lighting landscape district and the transit are the two large ones. And we'll be talking a little bit more about those. But real quick, the middle one there, the library debt service fund, that's the annual debt service on the library bonds. And that's pursuant to the debt service schedule in the bond indenture. So pretty much a fixed cost year over year until those bonds are fully paid off. And I believe that was 2030. I forget now. We had that question come up before, and now I've forgotten the answer. But sometime in the future, 2033, I want to say. So where we are looking at these transfers, we were able to reduce some of those transfer levels on the citywide lighting and landscaping and on the transit fund by looking at canceling a planned bus purchase that reduces the cost of the transit fund and thereby reduces the amount that the general fund needs to subsidize that activity. When we look at the...
I have a question.
Mrs. Craven?
On the library facility debt service, I can't remember if we've refunded that or not. Would it be beneficial to look and see if the interest rate has gotten significantly lower?
We did refund those bonds in 2012. We did reach out to our bond financial consultant, and he has looked at the potential for refunding some of our bonds, and we'll be having continuing conversations with him as we go into the next year.
Thank you.
Mark, can you just comment for a minute on the transfers in relative to the gas tax? Because the city typically uses the gas tax source of funds to fund public works, correct? This both streets and staff?
Correct. Street maintenance, staff, and costs.
Okay, so can you just paint the picture a little bit more contextually then, the significance of that? 1.3 million.
Yes. So 1.3 is about the level of gas tax money that we stand to typically receive. I'm sorry, 1.4. Oh, I'm being corrected now. 1.8 is the historic level or the recent level of gas tax revenues that we've been receiving. What's reflected in this slide in the current year is, I'm sorry, let me take a step back. If we're receiving 1.8 of gas tax revenues to the gas tax fund, what we want to do is to transfer that money, the full $1.8 million, into the general fund to cover the cost of the street maintenance activity. That includes salaries and operating costs. And I believe that is a level of 2.8, the level of costs in that, of that division. And I'll get that, 2.2 million. So all that to say that the gas tax monies that we receive in any one year is not enough to cover the full amount of costs, operating costs for that street division. So what's reflected in the numbers you're looking at is the planned use in the current budget of some of that gas tax money to fund the annual street resurfacing project. Gas tax monies are restricted. They can be used for street maintenance. Annual resurfacing project is a capital improvement project that fits that criteria. So while we prefer to use all of that money to cover, partially cover the cost of that street maintenance division, there are times when we may need to use it for the annual resurfacing project. So that was the plan going into this year. Once we reviewed the CIP projects and the schedules and the funding sources, we were able to bring back, if you will, about $150,000 or find a replacement funding source for about $150,000 of that gas tax money that had been programmed into the street resurfacing project.
Okay, and understanding that that's only for this current year. We have a different scenario next year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Now, going into the next year, what we've done is reduced the level of the annual pavement program from $5 million to $4 million. And I'll discuss that $3 million number that you see on the slide in just a moment for year one. But we had reduced that annual pavement program from a $5 million level to a $4 million level so that it could be supported by the two other funding sources, one being TDA monies and one being SB1 monies, which are a form of gas tax. But with those two funding sources, we can achieve the street pavement program that we've been accustomed to at a level of $4 million. That then allows the full amount of gas tax revenue to be transferred into the general fund for partial coverage of the street maintenance division. The reason that first bullet says reduce the pavement program from $5 million to $3 million is because one of those other two funding sources that I mentioned, the TDA funding, we have early indications that we will see $1 million decrease to that revenue. So we'll talk about this a little bit later on another slide, but to reflect that or to right-size the pavement program, the pavement project, to the available funding sources without having to pull from general fund, we're bringing that down to a $3 million level. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on.
Is that about a $1 million reduction in TDA monies?
Correct. And we are still waiting to hear for final numbers and a reduction on the SB1 number. I'm jumping a little ahead because there's a slide on those two revenue sources, but we are still waiting to get some final numbers, estimates from the state on the SB1 monies that we have not built in any kind of a reduction on the SB1 monies. So the way we will deal with that is whatever that number tends to be. If it's, let's say it's another $1 million reduction, now we only have $2 million between the two funding sources, we will only do the level of work on the annual pavement program to match the revenue funding sources available. And another way of saying that, we will not kick in any general fund to bring up the level of a normal pavement program level. And again, when we start talking about capital projects, we have capital projects coming back to you on June 10th for a detailed presentation. But when we're talking about annual pavement program. Keep in mind that we are at the end of a 7-year pavement program, and we'll be bringing back for discussion next year plans for a new pavement program. And whether that be a 7-year, a 10-year, or something different, those will be discussions for the future.
Thank you.
The transfers out, again, you see that some decreases to the lighting and landscaping reflects a reduction to the contracts that we talked about with the landscaping and tree trimming services. So that then relieves the general fund from the amount of subsidy that needs to go to that fund. The debt service we talked about per debt service schedule, and then the Camarillo Corridor Project Fund was a small amount that we looked at funding sources, and we were able to find other areas that we could pull from, so that it would relieve the general fund of about $200,000. What's not showing here that we would I think we'll discuss a little bit later, is that the previous slide, I'll go back real quick, that previous slide shows the two big hitters, the citywide lighting and landscape and the transit fund. When we go to year one, you see that the transit fund is not there. That's because we are planning to use CARES Act funding to cover that, what would be a transfer from the general fund to the transit fund to subsidize operations, or to match, in this case, federal grant revenues. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask this one question? And maybe, may I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, Mr. Covey, go ahead.
Maybe we want to talk about this a little later, and please, let's not talk about the trolley with this, but did we get some clarification on CARES Act funding and what's permissible, what's not permissible as far as spending that money?
We did, and I'd like to table that until we get to the slide later on in the presentation, if I could.
That's fine.
Thank you. So that concludes the presentation on the general fund, revenues, expenditures, and transfers for year one. Now I'm going to move over into the two funds that we talked about being the funds that require transfers or subsidies. The two big hitters I mentioned, the Citywide Lighting and Landscape Fund is here. In the current year, we're showing some decreases. We decreased some storm drain maintenance and some Old Town maintenance, so we were able to reduce the transfer by about $300,000 in the current year. And in year one, you again see the impacts of those contract reductions in landscaping and tree trimming of about $540,000 in year one, fiscal year 2021. So you see that transfer goes down from a $4.6 million number in the third blue column next to that yellow box, and then to the yellow box of $3.9 million. And I would say, going back, that is the, when we go to the 5-year, that is the planned level of effort moving forward, not a one-time fix. Now we look at the transit fund, and we show there was some vacancies in the current year. A cancellation of bus purchases saved the general fund transfer about $385,000. In the year one, fiscal year 2021, again, you see that yellow box, if you can, second line down under the first green column, there's a 0 or a dash. And that, again, is use of CARES Act money to replace the general fund matching transfer. Next, we shift over to the Capital Improvement Projects Fund. There are a couple of, I'm going to call it CIP funds, capital funds, throughout the presentation, this being the first one. But the typical explanation of how Capital Improvement Projects Fund is they account for the project activity. Capital projects tend to be very large numbers and are very much one-time in nature. Now, there are a couple that may spread over a couple of years because of the complexity or the size of the project. But then we also have the pavement program, which I mentioned is an annual pavement program. So with many of these slides, when you see the expenditures change, either increase or decrease in one year to the next, that's primarily due to shifting of projects. We review the projects throughout the year, and as the new information comes through, we either decide to shift a project or find different funding sources, and that is what makes up a lot of the changes year over year in these capital improvement funds. Some of the planned projects for year one are, again, the annual pavement program, traffic signal improvements at Las Posas and Temple, and the Pleasant Valley Road bike lanes. And again, we have more information, much more detailed information coming on June 10th for the 5-year CIP program. The next fund we have is another capital fund. This is the Camarillo Corridor Projects Fund. Now I want to be careful because I think I misspoke at the last meeting that these are not bond proceeds. These are CIBA fees, a certain type of developer fee that are coming into this fund that are then being used for capital projects. And the planned projects are the Metrolink undercrossing, the Camarillo Hills drain replacement, the 101 freeway northbound auxiliary lanes, and the Dizdar Park renovations. Now, those numbers that you see, the 1.74 in that second bullet under the fiscal year 2021, that $1.7 million for capital projects is not the total cost of those projects. And I'll use an example, the Camarillo Hills drain replacement, $310,000. I don't think that's the total cost of the project. That's just the amount of funding coming from this particular funding source, being the Camarillo Corridor Projects Fund. Hope I didn't lose anybody there, but I don't want to have it misinterpreted that Camarillo Hills drain project, the total cost is $310,000. That is just the component of that project that is recorded in this particular fund. Again, more detail and more, it will be a lot clearer once we look at the projects in whole on June 10th. So real quick on capital improvement projects, this is just a quick summary of year one, fiscal year 2021, the total number of projects, 27, the total estimated cost of those projects being $40.5 million, and the different categories of work, transportation being mostly streets, and then the water projects, the big one is the desalter, or one half of the desalter as it started in this fiscal year and is carrying over into next fiscal year. Some sanitary projects, buildings and grounds projects, and redevelopment projects. Then you see the 5-year plan, total of 69 projects and $155 million total cost estimate at this point in time. And again, you'll be seeing more detail on the 6th. On the 10th, I'm sorry. 6/10, June 10th. So what you'll be seeing on the 10th, this is a little bit of the process on the 5-year. January 7th was a kickoff to review projects. April 22nd was the first study session. On the 29th, when we did the first budget study session, we got some additional budgetary considerations for discussion. And then on June 10th is the second study session and some proposed 5-year plan for adoption. That would include, during that session, an overview of the process, a much more detailed overview of the process, proposed projects and identifying shifts in projects, and then an update on the ongoing traffic mitigation fee study. Now, there is one project that we wanted to bring up and just confirm our understanding so that Public Works Department can move forward in the materials that they want to present on June 10th for this CIP study session. Wanted to confirm with Council that the plan for this project, the Council Chambers remodel project, was to complete the design, approximately $200,000, and then we would still continue to finalize the PEG funding and ADA requirements in year one, but the construction is still not planned until year 3. So we've still got some time to, if we complete the design in the current year, a year from now, we would have much better information as far as the PEG fees being a particular funding source that has restrictions that come along with it. And we're trying to decipher how much of this project can be funded using those PEG fees. But again, much more information coming in advance of the scheduled construction date in year 3. So at this point, I just want to pause a little bit to see if that is the consensus of Council, that we complete the design work and then come back with better information once we've finalized the PEG fee understanding.
Let's throw it open to questions and comments. Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, that's how I understood it, because we had already spent some money for the design, and I don't think the design is going to change that much within, 12 to 24 months. So my understanding is yes, we'll complete the design proportion of this.
Mrs. Craven?
Yes, that was the way I remembered our conversation. We discussed this before, and I have no problem with construction and with putting construction off to year 3.
Agreed. Mr. Mulchay?
Oh, yep, that's the way I remember it.
Okay. And Mr. Gamble?
That's what I remembered as well.
And I think you got a 5-0. That's how we remember it, Mark.
I think that's as good as we can get. Thank you. Okay, now I want to touch a little bit on a couple of the other funds. The Water Utility Operating Fund. Now we do every year, well, let me start with this. In both the water utility and the sewer utility, also commonly referred to as the wastewater utility, those funds are enterprise type funds, and they're designed to be fully self-sustaining, meaning that any of the costs of operating those utilities would be funded by the ratepayers or the persons that are using those activities, using that utility. So big part of that is setting the rates, water and sewer rates. We review those. We have a consultant that comes in every year, and we present a water financial plan under water and sewer, is basically factoring in all of the operating costs for each of those utilities, the capital costs for infrastructure, whether that be new infrastructure or maintaining infrastructure. Those are typically large costs. We also factor in any debt service. We now have bonds for the water operation as well as the sewer operation, so both sides have a debt service component. And then also reserve levels, reserve goals that are intended in some cases to be a rate stabilization method. But those 4 factors go into the cost and the model that helps determine whether or not rates are set at appropriate levels. We do that every year. We only come back every 2 years to adopt rates on a 2-year cycle under the Proposition 218 requirement of noticing. So that's how those 2 operations function. So what you see here in the operating fund is basically estimates based on trends. This is sometimes a difficult one to predict, how people are going to use water, what the usage levels are going to be. We experienced drought several years ago, severe drought, and so we had to do conservation efforts. But the operating costs are continuing to rise. Costs of just the internal operation, but also because of the water that we're able to pump from the ground, we have to mix that with much more expensive outside water or purchased water that we need to use to mix to meet the quality standards required by the Water Resources Board. So all of that to just say that we do look at the operations of both of those utilities on an annual basis. We do look at properly budgeting for costs, properly planning CIP projects, infrastructure projects, in order so that we can set rates at an appropriate level while at the same time minimizing the impacts to the customers. So when you look at the Water Utility Fund, a couple of things that point out the cost of debt service on the water bonds is about $812,000. We also have built into that budget for year 1 the purchase of a mobile generator for the wells of $350,000. What's also built in is a transfer out from that operating fund to the Reclaimed Water Fund to pay for the Reclaimed Water Storage Reservoir project. Again, back to infrastructure. And then transfers out of the operating fund to the capital fund to help offset the costs of the advanced metering infrastructure, AMI meter project that's planned for year 1. Then we go to the capital fund. And similar to the
Mark?
Yes.
Back on water really quick. Oh, go back. You can go back one. Purchase of a mobile generator for wells. Is that one mobile generator, or a mobile generator for each respective well?
That's one.
One mobile generator. Okay. All right.
Moving on to the capital fund. Similar to the other two capital funds we talked about, large projects, you can see that yellow highlight is the desalter project in this current year. And then when we go over into the next year, that similar number, 23.6 million, is the continued desalter project. Then we get to the sanitary district operating fund. Did not really have a whole lot of, no significant changes really when you look year over year being the current year in the third blue shaded column to the first column in the green shaded area. You see it's less than 2% changes year over year. When we go to the CSD capital fund, we see that negative is shifting of some projects from one fiscal year to another. And then the planned level of projects is 7.6 million in year one. And then you've got some examples of those projects. Lewis Road to Flynn Road sewer, Daily Drive 101 freeway sewer improvements, flood improvements at the wastewater treatment plant. And here's another good example of where that flood improvements at the wastewater treatment plant is a very large scale project. So that 1.1 million is not the entire cost of the project. That, I believe, is probably just the design phase. Yes.
Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven?
On that one project, I just had a comment that the new CARES bill, there are two big bills for local governments and state governments going through right now. They've been pushed out of the House and into the Senate, and who knows what the Senate will do. But the CARES bill has a lot of, or the HEROES bill has a lot of money in it for sustainability for SANI plants. And so I'm hoping that, I don't know if we put the design off too long, then that plant might not be eligible for that. But one of the things that specifically mentioned, I noticed when I was reading through the bill the other day, was strengthening your sanitary treatment plants, and that's exactly what we want to do for from climate change.
Yes, we had some information on the HEROES money and had not plugged anything into this budget, but that would be a great relief if, depending on what we can use those monies for. Preliminary indications where it was for COVID-related recovery, but that sanitary infrastructure is a big ticket item. So next up, just a little bit of information on the internal service funds. They're cost centers for shared services. The departments, they provide services that are then allocated to the different user departments. And the examples are the information services, the costs of computers and internet and phone systems, all used by all of the departments, all of the employees, but all of those costs are centralized in an internal service fund, and that fund gets its revenue, if you will, by charging out to the different user departments, in this case, based on the number of computers, the number of phones. But each internal service fund has a different method of allocating that makes the most sense. For fleet vehicles, it's the number of vehicles used by a particular department. City hall costs, allocated based on square footage used by the department. So that's an example of some of the costs to the internal service funds. And those, as you see when we got to the later portion of the presentation, where we start thinking about years 2 through 5, this is definitely another area to look at, as those funding or those costs for those internal services that are being provided are costs that are borne by the general fund largely. So that's another area that we'll be taking a good hard look at as we start getting into years 2 through 5. Another thing to point out is we talked about capital project funds, and we also have certain capital projects that are recorded in the internal service funds. So some examples of those are the standby power for the City Hall facilities, planned for year one, $270,000, and the library computer replacement and audio-visual refresh in year one, $245,000. So this next slide we alluded to a little bit earlier, the two funding sources that we have for the current pavement program. The TDA, Article 8, we have indications, though not in writing, indications verbally that we can expect about $1 million loss due to COVID impacts on sales taxes. The TDA Article 8 monies are tied to the state sales tax dollars. So as businesses close, sales tax revenues decrease, and that then has this kind of an impact to our TDA funding that we use for the street improvement projects, the annual street improvement projects. That second one there, the SB1 fund, currently estimated at 1.3. We do expect some downward revisions once we get final state estimates that we thought we would have had by now, but it's taken a little longer than we thought to come down from the state. But again, the message on these two is that they are both funding sources used for the annual pavement program, and that the annual pavement program is in its final year and will be the program will be executed to the level of revenues that we receive from these two funds in year one, and we will be taking a good detailed look at the next multi-year pavement program next year. Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit about the budget reserve analysis. There's City Council Reserve Policy 3.05 that requires that certain funds have a reserve level. For example, the general fund, the reserve target is 50% of general fund expenditures. And that can get a little tricky when we move into some more of the slides coming up, because we we look at reserves and we look at that goal when we say we want to have a goal for the fiscal year that we're looking at, fiscal year 2021, it's 50% of the expenditures for the following year. And this, it can get a little tricky, as I said, but I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the commitments of general fund balance, because one of those commitments is exactly this reserve goal target. But the intent of this slide is to show that all of the funds, I said 61 funds, not all of those have reserve level targets, but all of the funds that do have reserve level targets, those targets are being met, except for one, and that is in the second bullet, the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, the refuse fund. The projected ending fund balance is $318,000. The goal is $396,000. So we're short by about $77,600. What the policy says is that if we are not meeting those reserve levels or are 10% or more below the stated reserve level goal, that we have a plan to bring it into compliance. And the plan for this particular fund, the Solid Waste Fund, is to do a review of the recycling, and HHW is the household hazardous waste fees. So once we review those, my understanding is those have not been updated in 20 years. So we'll be taking a look at those fees, see if we can come up with the appropriate level of those fees, appropriate level to cover the costs of those activities that we believe will help bring down that shortfall.
Mark?
Yes.
Let me take this point. Members of the council, let me inquire of you whether or not you'd like to take a break at this point. We're almost 2.5 hours in, and before we go to the whole general fund fiscal forecast and the 5-year forecast and so on, would everybody like to take a short break? All right, here's my suggestion. It's now 7:25. Why don't we recess and reconvene at 7:40 p.m. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, we stand in recess. Thank you, Mark. We stand in recess until 7:40 p.m. Thank you. Jeffrey, are we back on the record? We're back from, are we on the record?
We are.
Okay, great, thank you. So we are back from recess.
Kevin is in fact, Mayor Kevin, I don't see Kevin.
I'm sorry, I thought I saw him on my screen.
Oh, there's back.
Okay, we have everybody back now. After a short break, so record will reflect all council members are back and present. And Mark, I think you were going to start on slide 33, the general fund fiscal forecast.
Yes, thank you. So we're going to spend quite a bit of time discussing this 5-year forecast. Apologize, work with me. There's a lot of detail, a lot of numbers, kind of a small print. But I'll try and walk you through as best I can. We're going to be going over this in a lot more detail than we ever have in any other budget year, and for good reason. We're dealing with a structural imbalance that we are going to be addressing over the next year and moving forward. When I say a structural imbalance, I'll start back with the first couple of slides we talked about, and you'll see when we get to the bottom line here. Bottom line, for the year we're budgeting, fiscal year 2021, shown in the first fiscal year column here, referring to that as year one, we are balanced, meaning revenues are sufficient to support expenditures. Revenues exceed expenditures. We are looking at a surplus of $266,000. That's considered an operationally balanced budget. Now, sometimes one-time costs for projects, capital purchases, can be added in and creating a situation where the expenditures exceed the revenues, but that would still be considered balanced because one-time costs could be eligible to be come from reserves. But typically when we talk about an operationally balanced budget, we mean operating revenues are sufficient to cover operating expenditures for 1 year, which we have. When we start looking into years 2 through 5, that is a structural balance that we strive for. We don't have that situation right now, and I'll go into some of the assumptions that we have and where we show at the bottom line a negative number. And we'll be having some discussion about reserves and where the city's general fund reserves are and how under these specific assumptions as of this point in time show that that bottom line level of general fund reserves is used over the 5-year period to where it's gone in year 5. So, and again, I say bear with me because this chart is several lines. This first piece, we had to break it up into pieces. This first piece will be revenues. Then we have a couple of expenditure slides before we get to the bottom line. So I was not able to put it all on one slide where you can quickly see a bottom line number. So if we could just I'll start off going through each of the revenues and the assumptions that are going into this 5-year program. The first one we start off with is the property taxes. Now, we talked about this a little bit earlier, and I understand there were some comments to what these assumptions are. But we've basically assumed 2% increases annually, and it also includes some additional revenues for the conference center beginning in year 2. The conference center property being a new development. The assumption there is that the assessed value for that property would go up and we would see increased revenues based on that increased assessed value. So the 2% through each year is the general assumption. And going back to the earlier discussions, we did not plug in any reductions that any, I guess, quantified housing market reduction that we had mentioned in the executive memo document. So I understand that it is inconsistent where a statement says that we anticipate seeing housing market reductions, but we did not plug in any dollars. And again, the reason for that, we do not have any figures in talking with our consultants for property tax.
Well, but Mark, okay, so this is one item that is of real concern to me. I mean, separate and apart from the sales tax side, if there's already a structural imbalance on slide 33 over the 5-year period, and we've talked about that, and the executive summary materials reflect a potential moderate decline in taxable value of property and a decline in property tax projections, and I'm quoting from those materials, and those would occur in 21-22 and 22-23. Aren't we just perpetuating continued structural imbalance? Recognizing that this is a forecast, aren't we really by continuing to let me try it a different way. By continuing to project 2% increases year over year in years 2 through 5, which admittedly you think is inconsistent with what may happen, wouldn't we be better off projecting a 2% decline year over year for years 2 through 5 so that we are better equipped to handle the structural imbalance rather than kicking the can down the road and not dealing with it right now?
I would say the only answer I have to that is that we don't have any data to provide an estimate. I would say that if this were the only line that did not have reduction assumptions to it, then yes, we would probably be in a different situation. I think where I'm leaning toward is in some of these other lines, I think we have a very conservative projection and outlook that may be even more conservative. If you want to look at this line as being not conservative enough because we're not plugging anything in, there are other lines that may offset that.
Well, I understand that. Other lines may speak for themselves and turn out, but my concern is that we have, I think in this line item, I think we have an artificially high forecast number given your earlier statements in the executive summary materials. And my concern is that we are making budget decisions to try to rectify, A, this structural imbalance on this forecast, and B, on other things going forward, that we ought to revise these projections to match what you said in your explanatory materials. The two just don't seem consistent to me.
Understood. And I guess the comment I would have is on two parts. One is, again, we don't have any data at this point. And we could go back and bring something back on June 10th and say we work with our consultants and we see, can they possibly come up with some basis for building in a reduction estimate? We can do that. At the same time, I think when you said that we are making budget decisions based on this, I don't think that we are. We're making budget decisions for year one. The year one is the budget that we brought forth for adoption, and we are yet working through years 2 through 5 to correct that.
Well, I understand that may be the case, but we're not making budget decisions for year 2 through 5 directly, but certainly our budget decisions for year 1 are informed by the numbers in years 2 through 5. Would you not agree that's the case?
I would agree. It's to the extent that we want to, I would say, make decisions on year 1 that would put us in a further surplus position than what we project right now, being 266,000, potentially closer to 400,000 positive. Any decisions made to, let's say, if we were to plug in a reduction in years 2 or 3 for property tax, if we wanted to make decisions to further reduce some costs in year 1, as you said, to better prepare for years 2 and 3, that is an option.
Okay, hang on a second, because I think Mrs. Craven had her hand up and was ready to...
Yeah, I disagree. We have not only the convention center coming in the next couple of years, but we have a new hotel that, now that it's open, it's certainly going to be reappraised, and that's going to go up. We have a lot of houses, condos, whatever, being built, residential units being built. Those are all going to add to it, and they're not in what we have. So I think in the next year or two, it is going to go up. I don't think this COVID thing is going to extend into 23, 24, 25. And so I don't think we should reduce this, but I look at these 5-year forecasts with kind of a jaundiced eye, because we started these, I don't know, several years ago, but it's been since 2012 that I have heard nothing at budget time, but especially from the city manager's side, saying, oh my gosh, in the out years, being 2, 3, 4, and 5, we've got to have such a terrible deficit. And that 2, 3, 4, and 5 came and went a couple years ago, and we didn't have a terrible deficit. So I think anything out in years 3, 4, and 5 are just tremendous guesses. And I don't think we should be planning this year's budget, especially for saying we need to artificially lower what we think is income in order to prepare for the 5th year out there.
And so here's my pushback on that, Charlotte, and that is that given the language that staff themselves have used in the executive summary.
Can you tell us the page, Tony? I haven't found that.
Page 7 of 19. And on page 7 of 19 is a discussion on property tax. And that discussion, among other things, says, and I quote, however, due to the pandemic, the housing market is expected to see a moderate decline in taxable value of property, and a decline in property tax projections will be delayed until fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23 with the timing of the assessed valuations. In addition, any delay of sales and purchase of real estate assets could impact the city's supplemental tax revenues. So what staff is saying to us in those materials, unless I'm misreading it, is that they're predicting moderate declines in years 2 and 3. If you subscribe to the proposition that years 2 through 5 are relevant or inform what our decisions are on year 1, then my concern is that we're inflating too highly what we think we're going to bring in terms of property taxes, given staff's own text to us. And that's why I pointed this out as I think as an inconsistency.
Well, I would say it might be an inconsistency, but I believe that for this year it is what it is, and I believe we'll get that, and I think we'll get some in the supplemental. And I also think that next year we look at what it is, because by next year's budget, it's not a 2-year budget like we've had in the past, it's a 1-year budget. And by next year, the property assessments will have gone out. If property values have gone down, people will start in August appealing them to go down, but I don't think there's enough time between now and August when you can appeal for your taxes to go down. I don't think that that's going to happen, so it'll all have to be next year, and I think we'll have to take that when we look at next year's budget.
Any other comments on this?
I'll go too. Tony, I share similar concerns that you're airing. I read staff's text. I had a similar concern. I don't subscribe to the theory that in the absence of data, everything is always up and to the right. Especially if I turn on the TV and I realize, I'm being told, and everything. But let me back up. The whole world is frozen in time right now from an economic standpoint, and it has been. So, to the extent in which people are saying that there's current economic fallout, it's and I know everyone's got a slightly different opinion on this, but I subscribe to the opinion that we haven't truly realized the true economic ramifications of this pandemic, and that once we say game on, and the health orders get lifted, and the stay on evictions get rescinded, and rent and your mortgage payment comes due, that there will be economic repercussions, and there's going to be a lot of people hurting. And I'm looking at 34 or 30, somewhere in the high 30 millions of people unemployed, knowing that some will regain their jobs once the economy comes back. But even if we have 10% unemployment, which was forecasted today, and in light of the fact that 30% of people in California at least haven't paid their rent for last month, I don't need hard data right now to tell me that there's going to be something coming, and that there's going to be fallout when it comes to real estate prices. And I'd much rather be cautious in our estimations and be pleasantly surprised than say everything's always going to go up and to the right in the absence of data when the TV is telling me a whole lot different, and have to go through a process, the very painful process of having to go and cut and reanalyze our operations for a whole slew of different things like what we're doing right now. I'd much rather do the legwork and do the hard work now up front in anticipation that things are going to not be as rosy as what's projected right here. And like I said, be pleasantly surprised than have to chase this ball. So,
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
I tend to agree with Tony and Sean. I understand the difficulty in trying to estimate what the decrease in the revenue might be, but I'm a little surprised that, why not even say there's not going to be an increase? I think, like Sean said, we're stuck here in time, and we're not going to know the full extent of this for some time. And we don't know if there's going to be the second wave. If you're listening to the experts, we're hearing about that too. So I would rather be conservative looking forward. I know we're not approving budgets for years 2 through 5, but I'd just rather be cautious.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Kildee?
Well, I just want to remind everybody that Camarillo, for whatever reason, seems to bounce back quicker than any other city in the county. And I think 2% is somewhat on the conservative side myself. I think the supplementals haven't come in yet. I definitely believe that we should budget conservatively. Fact of the matter is we don't know, and there's a lot of unknowns, but this COVID is not going to last forever. And I just think that if we're looking at additional revenues, and we're going to have the conference center coming on board here, we're going to have some new forms of revenue. Now, obviously, we're going to lose some. There's no question about that. But it would seem to me that we've got to pick a number here, and Camarillo still is a very desirable place to do business and to live here. I don't see that changing a whole lot. As a matter of fact, in the last recession, even the cost of housing and buildings in Camarillo as a percentage went down than almost any other city in Ventura County, if not every city in Ventura County that we decreased the lease. So I think we have to look at that. And if we want to budget conservatively, I budget every day. I get all that. But, we're going to have to pick a number as well. And I think there is some data that will justify this, subject to change, of course. Remember, this is a one-year budget. We're going to have to do a revision on this. We know that. But, to me, the numbers aren't that far off.
Your Honor, could I add one more thing?
Sure, Mrs. Craven, then I want to respond to Mr. Kildee.
Sure. The process is, just so everybody understands, the assessor puts this on the tax roll in this July, and this is for what's coming up for next year's taxes, next fiscal year's taxes. In July, each property owner gets a letter from the tax collector on telling the value of the property that he has placed on the roll. You have till, I believe it's the end of August, to appeal that value. You will get a bill, whether they decide one way or the other. You will get a bill in November, and you pay those taxes for this next year by the 10th of December and by the 10th of April. So that's the way it is, and that's why I'm saying for this year, with us having new properties coming online, I believe that I believe that it will go up to 2%. And in addition to that, we have the Prop 13 2%. So I don't think that people will have justification by the end of August to say, look, my property values have gone down this far to have the tax assessor then reduce the amount of the taxes?
Let me try it, and I appreciate that. Let me try it a different way. We have staff themselves saying to us on page 7 of 19 that there's a prediction of a moderate decline in taxable values of property. I'm not talking about year 1. I'm talking about years 2 and 3, respectively. Yet what we have on the chart in front of us is a continual, I think, as Sean put it, a trajectory to the right, upwards. And I can't reconcile that with what staff in another part of the presentation is saying to us. So my suggestion is, because I do think that this is a tool, I think it informs our decisions about next year, about year 1. And my thought would be that we flatline, for want of a better term. Let me pick a different term. We keep flat the 2020, the year 2 and year 3 projections, and deal with those, and accordingly adjust back the years 4 and 5, so that we deal with some additional potential deficit, given what staff has said to us in the executive summary. So that actually means, in real dollars, we're talking somewhere around $600,000 for those years 2 and 3. Not sure where it puts us on year 4 and 5, but to me, I think you have to budget more conservatively. And I agree with what Sean said a few minutes ago. I would rather be informed by this and take decisions now based on a lesser amount and be able to restore later. But it's not something I'm making up. It's what staff had provided to us.
Mayor, I have a comment. Just to respond to your comment based on the text on page 7, I'll have to ask Mr. Uribe to clarify my understanding of that as well. But I believe that the 2% increase is a conservative number, and by looking at our history, we've received property tax increases for the past 5 years at a higher level than the 2%, at about a 5% property tax increase. So a 2% would be a conservative number. Expecting if there's a reduction, then a 2% would be a conservative number. And I don't think that the text says that clearly enough. And of course, that's a draft executive summary that we could change to clarify. But I believe that's why we would recommend the 2%, being that it is conservative.
Well, I guess what I'm hearing is the draft being modified to reflect that view. Respectfully, I read it a different way, and I think you had a couple other council members read it a different way as well. So, is it now staff's belief that the 2%, Ms. Nichols, is it now staff's belief that 2% per year, particularly in years 2 and 3, increase? And I haven't done the math. I'm assuming it's 2%. I have not done the math on this. Is appropriate. So I'm just going to ask that question and have you answer it.
Yes, we believe it's appropriate. We believe it's a conservative number based on our historical figures. Mr. Uribe did put out a suggestion out there that we could work with our consultant a little closer between now and the budget adoption on June 10th. If it's council's desire that we do that, we can do that so that we can move on to the other items.
Well, I know for one, I would like to see some closer attention paid to this line. Or does anybody else feel that way?
Yeah, I second that.
I think I'm seeing Susan nod as well. So there are 3 of us that would at least like to see some closer attention paid to this line. Mrs. Craven?
I was just going to say, when I made my comments, I thought you didn't specify initially which years you were talking about. I thought you were talking about current year 1.
Right. No, I understand. No, I was talking about years 2 and 3, Charlotte. Okay. I guess we've got that.
I want to comment. I'm not opposed to looking at that. I know you got your 3 votes, but I think it's always good to look at these numbers, and the staff can certainly come back and update them if needed be. That's why we're doing a 1-year budget.
Right. Well, I'm reacting to what I read in the executive summary as juxtaposed against the schedule. So okay.
Maybe it was a case of people who wrote it knew what they meant, and people who read it thought they knew what they read, and it was different. Sometimes that happens.
It does. So, okay. I think we've pretty well addressed this particular line item. Should we go on to sales tax? Thanks, Mark. Keep on plugging away here.
Okay, for sales tax, if you recall, we did a reduction in the current year of, I think, 13% or so. I can't recall now. But for the current year, we had a reduction in sales tax. The shutdowns happened in the current year, the last quarter of the current fiscal year. That projection assumes, from our consultants, working with our consultants, assumes that the recovery starts in the month of June. Gradual recovery continues on through July into the fiscal year 2021, where we had, I believe, a further reduction of about 2% or so to reflect, and that is a reduction of 2% from that already depressed number in the current year, not a 2% reduction from a normal year. So now we're looking at closer to a 15% reduction overall from a normal year into year 1. So our assumptions, again, in working with HDL, our property tax consultants, they're saying that a sales tax, when we get to year 2, they are suggesting that the recovery will be in full swing, and we should start to see increases, and the estimate is 5.4% in year 2. Now, in talking with HDL, their crystal ball, if you will, is saying that we will recover by year 3. What we plugged into our estimates is a 2% increase year over year in the 3 out years, years 3, 4, and 5. And that, I think, by year 5 gets us to pre-COVID levels, whereas HDL's projection is saying we'll get back to pre-COVID levels in year 3. So that also includes some additional revenues in year 2 for the conference center drain that further bumps up that 5% estimate of recovery.
So, Mark, a question then. I mean, because sales tax represents, like property tax, about a third of our general fund revenues each year, it's obviously of enormous importance. Are you saying then that you use more conservative assumptions than what HDL gave you in the sales tax forecasts for years 3, 4, and 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, can I chime in?
Mr. Kildee?
I'm hoping that HDL's number is somewhat correct, but my experience tells me that our city is probably going to be closer to the 2%. It might be somewhere in between the two figures. But I do think that the conservative nature of what we've projected here would be more advantageous to go by, not knowing all the factors, of course. And it's, like Mr. Uribe said, it's a number that's already been, less as a percentage than what we thought it was going to be this year anyhow. So we're already on a low trajectory. But again, I would hope that HDL, I'd like to see that, but I don't think we are.
Yeah, excuse me. On this one, I am all in favor of being conservative. It seems every day there are more stores that are simply closing down. Today I read that Pier 1 is closing, and that's for good because the whole chain is closing. Restaurants have closed and will not be reopening. We already have notices that some of the shops, especially the larger ones in the outlet, will not be reopening. And I think all of that will take its toll on our sales tax. Further, I think that there's a good chance that some of those places will not be refilled or be filled in the outlet for a while. and the outlets are a significant source of sales tax, which is a significant source of income to the city. So I'm in favor of being conservative on this one.
To give a little more perspective.
I guess, like devil's advocate, are we in favor of the increases shown in years 2 through 5, respectively, or would we want to suggest planning for? Because I really want us to succeed, but I am skeptical that. I guess I remain to be convinced that we're going to get to these numbers, and we need to be in a position to be able to do something about it. Ms. Santangelo?
Without me scrolling back, what was the projected sales tax for current year? Does anybody have that handy?
Current fiscal year is $13.4 million.
Is that before the reduction or at like a year ago?
No, that's for the current year after the reduction. A year ago.
What were we planning on having a year ago for this year's budget?
The originally adopted budget, we were at $14.6 million.
So what I'm trying to remind myself is that the 5.4% increase in year 2 is starting off at a lower point than where we thought we would be.
Correct. It's starting off from a lower point at
what we had projected
two
last
years of reductions, bringing down the base. For a little bit of context, when we look back at the Great Recession and the few slides that I showed in the beginning, the sales tax revenue recovered from pre-recession levels in 2008, the low being 2010. We came back to pre-Great Recession levels in 3 years, where with discussions with HDL very early on in this process, they had indicated that when they were comparing to the last Great Recession, most of agencies were taking anywhere from 4 to 5 years to recover. Now, not to say that that has any kind of a direct correlation to this recession, but it's just one other measurement.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Mr. Kildee.
Keep in mind that online sales has grown tremendously since those days as well. So just because you can't see it doesn't mean that it's not there. So we have to keep that in mind as well.
Santangelo?
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I'm more comfortable with the 2% increases in year 3 through 5. I mean, if I had to pick, than the 5.4 in year 2.
Yeah, I am as well, because we're going to end this fiscal year. The projection is 13.37 million, I guess I share what you're saying, Susan.
If I can add one thing as well, we do need to put a little bit of an asterisk, I think, to the Great Recession's numbers and the bounce back, because I do recall, and I just double checked, in April of 2009 is when we opened the Promenade, and so the outlets underwent a massive expansion pretty much at the bottom of that. Well, as the economy was still sliding down, but I think that allowed us, because we expanded our retail so significantly, that allowed us to bounce back much faster because we just had so much more retail as well.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. As a matter of fact, I think it was one of the few shopping centers in the whole state of California, but definitely in the southern part, to even be built that year.
So I just say that because we need to put a little mark next to, that's not to say we can't lean so much on the bounce back from 2008 because it had this unique outlier in how it affected our numbers there.
Your Honor?
Mrs. Craven.
Yes, I have a question on the write-up regarding this in the budget summary or the transmission letter. On page 7 of 9 under sales tax, it says the projection assumes business shutdown through May 2020 with declines partially offset by the new Wayfair decision on online sales revenues. Could somebody explain to all of us what the Wayfair decision is and what it did?
The Wayfair decision was directed at out-of-state sales that was allowed for the cities to collect those revenues related to out-of-state sales that were not collected previously.
They go to the city where the purchase was made?
Yes.
Instead of going into the state pool?
Correct.
So we've got a significant warehouse out there that does a lot of online sales.
Okay, we have any other comments? I guess I continue to be very skeptical of our sales tax revenue projection for year one. I guess I leave it at that. When we're talking about if there is an interest in lowering that amount to make it more consistent with what we think the estimated forecast will be for this fiscal year end for 2019-2020, then I know we're going to be talking at the end of the evening about some mechanisms for continuing to monitor that throughout this next fiscal year. I guess I'll just leave it that I'm skeptical about that revenue number.
Well, Your Honor, I'm comfortable with it. It's down 15% from what we thought it was going to be last year, and it's down 2% from what we adjusted to for the current year.
And I sure hope I'm wrong, Charlotte. Okay.
Your Honor, let me just chime in. I think sales tax is always hard to predict, of course. You know, nobody really knows, of course. But again, there are, sales are still being made. They're just being made in a very different manner now. And even the consultant said that car sales, they're showing a little bit uptick in car sales, and we don't have a lot of that in Camarillo, of course. We only care about Camarillo. I get that. But I share your concerns, and you may absolutely be right. But again, what they've done, I see that this going in a very conservative fashion here. So those are my thoughts on that.
Okay, I think we've certainly addressed this quite a bit. In the absence of any other comments on this line, Mark, keep on going, please.
For the transient occupancy tax line, we talked about the methodologies for the current year reduction and in year one, bringing it down to a level of the 2.228 million. Where you see a big jump from year one into year two, 2.28 to 3.25 is the estimates for the new conference center hotel, about $1 million. Then on the years out, moving forward, we project year-over-year increases of 2% through years 3 through 5. On the franchises, I'm sorry, business tax.
Hang on just a second. I think Mr. Moshe had a question.
That's TOT. I want to circle back on some of my earlier comments and concerns about TOT in the projections. I know that this massive, it's about approximately a 45 to 46% increase projected between the fiscal year 2021 and 21-22. Besides there being anticipate a little bit of bounce back from an economic standpoint, the crux of that, of the argument for seeing such a rapid increase year over year is the opening of the Mion Plaza and Conference Center.
Correct.
How confident are we that they are going to have both hotels, knowing that they were going to construct the extended stay hotel first, which is the smaller of the two, and then shortly thereafter initiate construction on the conference center, which is obviously that has larger occupancy of rooms, and that has the conference center. And that being fully open and operational beginning around fiscal year?
The indication from community development is that they have the understanding that it will all start at the same time.
So he's going to do it all at once?
Yes.
So, is our assumption that we're going to realize the full benefit, economic benefit, in terms of the TOT from that property at the outset of fiscal year 2021, 22? Meaning he's going to be that whole property will be open and operational for essentially that entire fiscal year. So we'll realize the entire benefit.
That was built into the assumptions, but I think that there is not a definite indication of that they will start business on July 1 of 2021.
I do have some concerns. I mean, I know how construction works, and I mean, I don't build hotels. I can tell you how long it takes to build a home, and I know this kind of construction goes far more faster than home construction. But I do have some doubts as to how quickly they can actually get everything up and going. My best guess is if it opened in 2021, it's going to open up the very latter. I mean, late 2021, or if not, early 2022. That's my most optimistic guess. So I don't know if we're going to realize for a full fiscal year the benefit of that property. And because the 45% increase in TOT is largely attributable to that, realizing the full annual benefit of that property being open, I have concerns about that projection.
Mrs. Craven?
Well, I think that by then, room rates will have recovered to levels where they were before and perhaps have gone forward. I think there's going to be a period of time when people don't want to travel a lot, and then all of a sudden people are going to start wanting to get out there. So I think that we'll have a much higher occupancy rate, although last year we had a very high occupancy rate. But even with more hotels, because the new hotels are going to be rented through the Hilton reservation system. It's not like they're independent. And I think that they're going to get open and start taking reservations early because they want all that holiday business.
Okay, are there other comments on the...
One comment.
Mr. Kildee.
I kind of agree with both of them. Yeah, I think that there's going to be a big demand for this. I think that it might be somewhat assertive to think that they're going to be opened up in basically a year from now. Got an awful lot of work to do there. You'd think they'd have a timeline here, but yes, I think we do have to repair that. There may be some delays. There's always delays in these things here. But I think the room rates are going to rebound at some point. And remember, again, we typically, as historically, have a fairly, robust hotel occupancy rate here in the city. Especially government travel, for instance. I mean, they like to stay in Camarillo, and other places too, but they particularly like to stay in Camarillo. So it seemed to me that, as far as the timeline on this, it might not be completely accurate, but I don't think it's going to be that much more, barring any kind of catastrophe. Who knows? Nobody thought that the COVID would pop up like it did here. But I do think that the room rates at some point will stabilize. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know when. But bottom line is we would certainly like to have this up and running, in a reasonable amount of timeline, of course.
I think personally, I agree with Sean. I'm skeptical of the year 2 forecast, and I think the increases that are anticipated in the TOT, in the aggregate, are, in my view, are not going to be realized between year 1 and year 2. They're going to be realized in later years. So I think the 21/22 projection for year 2, I'll just again indicate I'm skeptical. Mr. Moshe?
If I can just add to that, I'm looking at a picture of the groundbreaking we were all at, where we had shovels in the ground, and that was in April of 2019. more than a year ago. And I know when the question was asked at that groundbreaking, how soon before you have a tractor pushing dirt and you're ready to start construction, we were told anywhere between 30 to 90 days from then. And in this article, it was said that they hope to have it completed by 2021. So if I just kind of do the rough math, I don't think it's going to be done by 2021.
Perhaps.
That's only 7 or 8 months away. There's a difference in the beginning of 2021 and the end.
Yeah, well, that's true. I'm wondering whether or not, is there enough support to ask staff to go back and really take an additional look at this prior to June 10th and try to flesh this out a little bit more than what's indicated in the summary form in the executive summary on pages 7 and 8. In other words, spend some more time on this as they're going to do on the property tax side, and see if they can provide some more information.
I would support that, and specifically to see if we can, get some more information on the hotel's timeline and where they are, where they intend to be.
Susan, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I support that. I share the skepticism, and I'd like to firm that up a little bit more.
Okay. So I think you've got the majority of the council indicating or asking for more information. So, all right, we've addressed this one. Mark, we're making progress. You want to go on to the next line?
Business tax, we talked about building in year one, a 20% decrease. I think I'm on the right line there. 20% decrease in year one. This is the one that is dependent on gross revenues, gross receipts from the businesses in the calendar year 2020. So we would see the impact in fiscal year 2021. 20% decrease in year one, further 10% decrease in year two. As businesses start to come back, some of them may not come back. And then we have 0 increase in year three. And then in year 4 is where we start to see some recovery on that line of 2% for years 4 and 5.
I don't see any questions, so keep on going, Mark.
For franchises, I believe that is a steady 2%. We saw the big decrease in year 1 related to gas and electric franchises because they are based on previous calendar year's activity, where the calendar year 2020 would be the year of seeing impacts from the shutdown. That would result in the decrease reflective in year 1, 2021, and then a rebound for the remaining years of a 2% per year. Under licenses and permits, you see that line starting at 1.1 million to 1.2 in the second year, 1.1, and then down to 888,000 and all the way down to 100,000 in year 5. Those building permits are based on projected development activity provided by Community Development Department. The assumption is that large projects will taper off by year 4. For grants and subventions, that is one line, that is a COPS grant from the state. We have yet to hear from the state's revise whether they're going to touch that money, but it equates to about $180,000 a year. Under charges for services, those are, I'm sorry, I forwarded too far. Charges for services, those are, again, development-related engineering fees, subdivision fees, geotechnical fees, all combined. And the assumption there is that there's a decrease in subdivision fees in year 2, as, again, similarly related to projections on major developments dropping off in year 2.
Yeah.
Mrs. Craven?
Having said I don't have any faith in the projections for the 3rd, the 4th, and 5th years, I'm wondering why the licenses and permits have decreased so much to almost nothing in year 5, and yet we've got not much less in charges for services. Those are related to development. I mean, there's not that much difference in $2,361,000 and $2,168,000.
If I can add on to that while staff is talking, I see in previous budgets developed by the city, charges for services was broken out. Developer related, SRO, and then other. And with a significant amount of the charges for services being developer related.
Mark, can you respond to Mrs. Craven and Mr. Mulchay?
I would have to do further research with the departments to help develop those fees, those projections.
Well, all right. So I guess where we will leave this, following the trend from some of these other line items, is that we're asking staff to do some more work on these in the next couple of weeks. Correct? Okay, I think that's what I'm hearing from council.
Okay, so those were the major revenues I wanted to touch on. We'll switch over to the expenditure side. In general, the assumption for all of the expenditures was a 3% growth annually in the operational expenditures, typically a CPI type of an index. The exception to that is on the police services line. I did not have a highlight, sorry, do not have a bar around that one. But the police services line, third one from the bottom in the chart, that one we have built in a 4% growth escalator. A bit conservative in that over the past 3 to 4 years, I believe we've been around closer to 3%. We had 0% for the 2021 fiscal year, but anticipate that we'll get back to the levels of 4% once some of the health care costs and pension costs start to come back and increase. So those are the general assumptions for those lines. What I'll add in are a couple of one-time, or actually not exactly one-time, but on the city clerk line, the second one from the top.
Mark, I'm sorry, before you go there, as far as the 4% annual growth for the police contract, and of course that's a huge item for the city. Is the 4% growth, let's take the last 10 years, what has the percentage increased? And I recognize there's going to be no increase from 2019/20 to 2021 to year one, but then you've got 4% built in. What has the last 10 years been in terms of percentage growth?
I don't have data on 10 years. I believe when I looked at 5 years, it was 3%.
So why is it at 4%?
That is a conservative approach, and also built into that particular line is that the 0% in this year is going to start to see the catch-up, if you will, of the pension costs and healthcare costs.
You mean, well, of course, that's the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. That's the County of Ventura's pension obligation, but you're talking about what's charged to the city to help pay for those pension costs, right?
Correct. Healthcare costs, pension costs, personnel costs from the sheriff's personnel gets passed on to the city through the billing.
And I thought that we were seeing overall a decrease in the county for this next fiscal year on pension costs, but does that exclude public safety?
I would not expect that it does.
Mrs. Craven, did you have a question? Sorry.
Perhaps the commander can answer that, but my recollection is that several years ago, quite a few years ago, the county was way behind in their contributions to the pension fund. So when they increased that, and that may have been when the retirement age was lowered, everything went up, and our costs went way up, and they continued to go up. And then this year, I think, is the year they were all caught up with that, so it didn't go up. And I think that not going up this year is related to their pension fund having evened out.
Right. I have no difficulty. I see Commander Tennyson's at the podium, but let's see what he has to say.
Good evening, Council. So the contract rate for the Sheriff's Department is a very complex rate where there are many issues that are factored in, and I don't pretend to be an expert in that. That takes a lot of years of practice to figure out. What I do know is that the 0% contract rate increase for the next fiscal year is almost entirely based on the retirement contribution. The retirement contribution is not the costs are not a one-year cost. There's a smoothing, if you will, based on several years worth of retirement. And so when one large year's retirement increase might fall off of the smoothing, that's going to result in a decrease, which is what we've experienced this year in the contract rate for next year. So that fall off of a large year gives us a 0% contract rate increase, or a flat, I should say, rate for next year. But that could pick up next year. So it's impossible to forecast, specifically where that's going to be for next year. But it does have to do with a smoothing and a falling off of some larger number from years ago. I hope that answers your question a little bit.
Thank you, Commander. That does lend some context. I think, directing this question to Mark, I think that, philosophically, I have no difference. Since this is such a large portion of our budget, this is a very significant expenditure by the city each and every year for police protection. I'm comfortable making or having a conservative estimate of what that expenditure should be. I think, though, that I would like a little bit more information on the 4% used. And Mark, so my question is this: in utilizing that 4% increase, has that been based upon discussions with Sheriff's Department staff?
Yes.
Okay. And you're satisfied that you've had those discussions in a level of detail that would have you recommend this percentage?
The way I would answer that is yes, because the level of detail, I would say this: when we discuss with Sheriff, it's typically on an annual basis. The further out we get into years 2, 3, 4, 5 is even a much less clear, much cloudier picture the further out we go, understandably. But we have not had those detailed discussions for years 2 through 5 with Sheriff personnel.
And remember, there's more than just retirement that will go into the future. Every year by sometime in October for that current year, you have union negotiations, or maybe it's every 2 or 3 years, and that bumps it up some.
Yeah, the challenge here is that because we're in a pandemic situation, this budgeting year is so different than any other year. And we may not pay as much attention in past years on years 2 through 5, but this year it's critically important, in my view, to pay attention to it because it's relevant to what we're going to do in year 1. So, all right, I think I've had my questions answered for right now on this. Any other questions on this line item? Okay, seeing none. Mark, keep on plugging away, please.
Okay, outside of the general assumption of 3% and 4% for the police, there are a couple of outliers. The city clerk every other year has biannual election costs of $25,000. Those are shown in only the years of the elections. Human Resources had a one-time class and comp study in year 2. Community Development has an Oscar element update study that's split between years 2 and 3. And the building and safety expenditures are based on projections from that division based on the anticipated development activity. and coincide with the revenue on the previous slide. On the next set of expenditures and departments, again, similar 3% CPI inflation factors. Then when we look at public works, some one-time things, the master plan study in year 2, $100,000. The addition of a courtyard facility allocation in year 2. The community service grant awards. This is a program that was removed from year 1. What is plugged into the 5-year is an assumption that it would come back in years 2 through 5. Then we have the other events that...
But that's going to come back to the council and not be automatically plunked in, right?
Correct. Similar to the next couple of lines under the community support, the community support and events, we have a slide yet to come on all of those different events. The year 1 budget reflects the elimination of all of those, and in year 2 through 5, using the conservative assumption that those come back, but those are not automatic. Those will be coming back for more discussion. Under the library operations, there is a one-time computer refresh in year 1, and some ADA improvements scheduled for year 2.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, I think we had correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we had a discussion about the computer refresh, and believe it was explained to us that these computers are way past their deadline for replacement, and we've really waited as long as we can for this. Does anybody else have the recollection of that?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, so that completes mostly the revenues and expenditures assumptions. This last slide is showing the bottom line totals. So the that first line, real quick, that was some additional assumptions that were built in for PERS impacts. The estimate there is a 15% increase to the unfunded actuarial liability, $445,000. That is not a number that builds each year. That was plugged into each year as the same amount. Under the transfers out, the operating transfers, we touched a little bit about those in the earlier sections, primarily being the lighting and landscaping district subsidy and the transit subsidy. There is an assumption built into these numbers that we will update on the next slide. The assumption being that CARES money could be used to replace the general fund transfer to transit operations to the tune of $1.4 million or so for the first 3 years. We have notification that the city's transit operation is to receive $3.7 million in CARES Act funding. And this assumption that was built in was that we could spread it over 3 years. And the information that we got this afternoon is goes against that assumption. So we would have to revise that accordingly. The assumption now is, or the understanding now is that all of that CARES money would be used in year 1, maybe a little bit into year 2. So we would have to start to add back in that subsidy from the general fund to transit operation, assuming transit operations are maintained at the current level. And there will be more discussions on that topic. The next line I wanted to touch on is that orange shaded line. That is the bottom line net effect of operating revenues over expenditures and transfers. That is in most cases, in the first year, $466,000 surplus. Now that's before any one-time transfers being to CIP program. So if we wanted to talk about balanced, structurally balanced, we'd be looking at that line, the number that goes from 4.66 to 349,000 positive, then in year 3, negative 299,000, and then with this assumption, again, the transit transfer comes back in and brings that number to a negative 2.2 million and moving forward. Now then the next line talks about transfers out for CIP. Those are very, I'd say 90% of the time, those are one-time projects, one-time transfers. Those big transfers you see in years 3 through 4 are related to the Cam Hills Drain project. So bottom line, after those one-time transfers out for CIP, you get in year one the overall surplus of $266,000 highlighted. It corresponds to the number highlighted on one of the first few slides we saw. And from that point moving forward, becomes a negative based on the transfers out to CIP. The $5 million number just above the $4.7 million directly to the right of that yellow highlighted number. And so on over the 5 years based on the assumptions built into the 5-year CIP program. Again, primarily it's the Camarillo Hills Drain Replacement Project. So we get to a bottom line ending fund balance in year one, $63 million. In year two, 58.3. In year three, 55.8, and so on, as a result of those assumptions that we will go back and rework and come back with likely a revised number for this bottom line. So what I'll point out then is taking those bottom line numbers, ending fund balance projected in the first year, $63 million. What we do in that shaded area is break out that fund balance number into its components. Non-spendable and assigned, those are encumbrances or deposits that would not necessarily be converted to money that the general fund could use, $383,000. And we kept that number constant throughout the year because it changes as we go through the years, and highly difficult to estimate how many purchase orders would be outstanding at the end of any given year. But moving on to the bigger numbers, these next few lines are the committed fund balance. And this is the commitment of fund balance is council's discretion. We bring forth on the June 10th meeting an item for adoption to set those commitment levels. So we could start some preliminary discussion to get some guidance on whether or not council felt comfortable with these commitments the way they are. And I'll walk through each of them so that way we can get some direction on what we can bring back on the June 10th meeting. The first commitment represents the general fund reserve policy goal. We talked a little bit earlier about reserve level policy that set targets, the general fund being 50% of operating expenditures and transfers. That equates to $22.4 million as a commitment. The next line, the economic development commitment, is shown at a figure of $8.38 million. What we will likely bring back on the June 10th meeting is some suggested specific uses for that money, because we have yet to get with community development on some HUD Department CARES Act money that has been come through the Department of Housing and Urban Development. That money has a stipulation that can only be spent for, I believe, small business loans or business loan programs related to the recovery. I'm not seeing agreement, but there are some specific requirements for that money, and that money is, I believe, $192,000.
Mark, isn't it $192,000 of CDBG money?
Yes, $192,000. And what we need to take a close look at is what is the difference between that allocation of money, $192,000, and our other, right now, economic development commitment. Because one of the stipulations from HUD is that we cannot have other monies available to pay for the same purpose. So a little bit of work to clarify what those requirements are, so that when we bring back a suggestion for economic development commitment, we clearly identify that the eligible, I'll use the term maybe as rather council's preference of those uses is going to be completely separate from the HUD money. The Dizdar Park renovations line, 2.920, that was a result of a discussion we had at our previous meeting, where the commitment as it stands right now, that was adopted in last June of 2019, was for the courthouse property. Thank you. The courthouse property project had a commitment that at the last meeting, council direction was that we would go ahead and shift the commitment over to Dizdar Park for the cost estimate at the time of $2.9 million. The next one, the natural disaster recovery, was set at $10 million. I don't recall how many years back that was set. The next one was for the Camarillo Springs debris barrier, $200,000, and then the PVRPD Senior Center at $8 million. So I will pause there.
Mark? If I can ask, Mark, that natural disaster recovery of $10 million, I understand that has to do with a policy deductible that the city carries, correct?
Correct.
So that's not something that that's not something that if we want that deductible to be fully pre-funded, as it were, that's not something that we would modify, right?
It's council discretion. If that's the consensus, we leave it.
Well, Your Honor, as I recall, that hasn't been in there very long. I don't know if anybody else has any other...
3 or 4 years.
Yeah, that's about right.
But it was based on how much our deductible is for all, and we need to keep going during a natural disaster.
Right. Any other... Okay. I don't hear any other questions on that, Mark. Please keep going.
Again, so that we have a little bit of direction on what you would like to see come forward for the June meeting for consideration, I'll move down to the Camarillo Springs debris barrier, $200,000. Is there any comments on leaving that one as is or changing?
Well, that was put in there hoping that, I believe we've done that, one time. We're kind of hoping that we won't have to use that money for quite a while if we have any luck. But that's how that was put in there.
Well, it does need to be cleaned out after major storms. We haven't had a major storm for a while, but that doesn't mean in the future we wouldn't have to. And, if we hadn't done anything, we wouldn't have had liability. But we jumped in, we did all this stuff, we put in the debris barriers, so now we have liability. We have to keep them cleaned out. So I think we need to keep that in.
Well, I agree with that.
I agree to keep it in. It's just how it got there. We're hoping that we won't have to clean it out very often, but it's good to have it in there.
Thank you. I'm not hearing from Susan?
Do we have any idea what the status from PVRPD is on the senior center from their perspective?
It's on hold.
I think the answer, right. I agree with that, Susan. I think the answer is no. Not at the moment. We just don't. I mean, to be fair to them as well as us.
Right. No, I didn't know if there was anything more concrete than that. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm hearing we keep the senior center as is for now, for this June round.
I'm not hearing any...
I think we keep it in there as of right now. That's my thoughts.
Yes.
I think in the long run it may go, but we have a commitment and they have it on hold. If they decide to drop the project, then there's $8 million that goes someplace else.
I
personally would favor keeping that.
I'd just like
Mark,
to
go ahead. Sorry.
Just a point of clarification. I mean, this is typically done in June because the GASB requirement for commitments of fund balance is that we commit before June 30th so that it shows up in the financial statements as of June 30th. That can be changed at any time throughout the fiscal year. It's not a one-time shot in June, just to keep that in mind.
Thank you. Sean, I think you had a question or a comment.
I was just going to agree with pretty much everyone that we keep it in there for now. We made a promise. So in light, we can reapproach it later if there's more information. But we don't need to, it's not a decision we need to make on right now or even within this budgetary process, kind of like what Mark alluded to. We're not making a decision as to whether the senior center is going or coming or going. So
I agree with that as well. So, Mark, I think I don't think you're finding anybody wanting to make specific changes at this point, although I note, again, that at the end of year 5, we still have a structural imbalance in terms of the uncommitted fund balance.
Correct. That was the next line. After you take away the commitments, you left with the uncommitted fund balance. Basically, if you wanted to use the term available reserves, they would be spent down at the rate of being exhausted in year 5 under the current assumptions that are likely to change after we go back and do some more work.
Madam Vice Mayor?
And just judging from our discussions about wanting to be even more conservative, then we would that balance would drop even faster.
Correct.
as of right now, we don't have any specific changes on any of the committed fund balance items, but I do note, as you did, Mark, that you're going to have items coming back to us for discussion on June 10, aside from the budget, but specifically on use of economic development reserves to ameliorate some of the economic issues associated with the pandemic.
Correct.
Right.
If I can cut in, because I want to be clear, because we're juggling a lot of things right now. I know this is a forecast. There's a lot of things that aren't necessarily forecasted in this budget, and I want to call them out. And Mark, I'll have a question for you or Carmen at the end of this. But when it comes to ongoing discussions about transit services, city operations and finding efficiencies, DC Sheriff contract, what Mayor Tremblay had just alluded to, the Econ Economic Recovery Plan proposal. And then I know there's some discussions in regards to the library contract. Those are all major annual expenses to the city that we are looking to find savings and or efficiencies and or possibly change a range of services. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes, that's correct. And so those are some of the areas that we're working on that we're still doing. We're also going to be bringing you forth a CIP, kind of a wrap up for your approval on the plan. So that still is pending. And this is we're going to be working on these items. Some of these are going to happen much more quickly than others. For example, in operations, that's definitely going to be a task that we're going to be looking into the next, year, but begin working on it immediately. I mean, we're already started to think about and work on some operational efficiencies, looking at taking advantage of attrition, and that can come as quickly as someone retiring, and then just looking at the operations, freezing vacancies, for example. Mark has some slides down towards the end of the presentation that talks about some of the areas that we're going to be looking at.
Okay, and you were kind of reading my mind there, Carmen, because I was about to get to it. I know that we're going to talk about transit services next week, right? That's right?
Yeah, that's on the 24th.
Or 7th?
27th, excuse me.
Yeah. Okay. And then when it comes to the economic recovery proposal plan, that is, when do we expect it?
So we're expecting to bring you a couple of items. We're working on an item for the outdoor dining for the next meeting. So we'll be discussing that then. But the George Winkler and other staff members have been working on business recovery, economic recovery plan, and we've really taken off on some of the ideas that were presented at the last meeting. So we're working on what we can work on will make the biggest impact immediately. So we're working on those right now. So that's expected to come back to you on June 10th. And I'll let Mr. Winkler, who's been standing by, to also respond to that.
Good evening, council members. So yes, in addition to that, we've been working diligently, trying to do our best to create equitable solutions for our businesses in Camarillo. Looking at loan programs through some partners locally as well as grant programs. So we've made some excellent progress on that, and I look forward to bringing that to you on June 10th.
Okay, and then as it pertains to library contract, the Ventura County Sheriffs, I know those conversations are ongoing and still developing, but do we have an estimated timeline as to when staff might be bringing back some proposals for council to have to make policy changes on as to what we want?
So the good news is that Mr. Thomas, our interim administrative services director, has been actively working with the library. So we do expect to bring that pretty quickly. I'm gonna right now. I'm gonna say we've got sometime in July. I don't want to overpromise, but we're looking at July. We want to get through the budget so we can focus on some of these efficiencies that we're talking about and looking at the operations. So some of these items we've already began looking at and are reaching out to our counterparts, but we really can't take off until we can really focus our time on that. So I'm going to say sometime in July for the library contract. That will be an easier one to achieve because Mr. Thomas has put a lot of work on it already. He will be bringing an item, I believe, the next meeting to discuss the curbside library option. That was something that was directed by the council. So, of course, as you remember, there was a savings for this year due to the closure of the library. And then you added some items back in. That was an item that was requested. We look into it. That will come at the next meeting. Regarding the sheriff's contract, I think that's going to be a big one. So we would like to be able to focus on that one. Again, I would suggest that we don't start working on that until after we get this budget approved and then quickly start working on that. So there's a lot of work that's going to happen as soon as this budget is approved. A lot of discussion too internally about working more closely with departments on, you've had a lot of questions regarding some of the assumptions and revenues and areas like that. Some of these revenues are in different departments. So getting the finance department and the other departments to understand those more closely, I think that's going to be very beneficial for our budget process. So there's a lot going on right now that, again, behind the scenes we've already started. And once we get through this, we can get really focused on it.
And Carmen, I probably used the wrong word. I'm talking about, I said VC Sheriff's contract. And I know that when that comes up, we'll discuss that. But in the interim, aren't there opportunities to work with VC Sheriff to simply cut smaller, minute operating expenses and just make sure we remain lean?
Oh, absolutely. Commander Tennyson has already been working on that. He's made some suggestions. We'll go through that slide as well. If you'd like more detail, he can come to the podium on that. But he is looking at staffing, aligning his staff classifications for the jobs that they're doing. That's a benefit. So, I'm not going to call it a reorganization, but certainly ensuring that we have the proper classifications for the jobs that they're doing. And then looking at other small, I'd say small because when you look at the overall contract, it's pretty large. But looking at other expenses and operations, see what he can cut back on.
So I probably jumped the gun because you alluded to there being a slide on. I haven't gone that far in this presentation, so we're going to cover that.
Right, and so we'll present some ideas or what we've been looking at or thinking about. We don't quite have numbers yet. We're still working through that, but we wanted to show the council that we are working on, and we've identified some areas where we can review our operations more closely.
I'm getting ahead of myself, so I'll wait till we get there. I won't ask you more questions. So.
Thank you.
Well, let me fill in that gap for a second, Sean. Carmen, real quick though, to go back on a separate item. And this question is to either you or George. George mentioned coming back, I think you're coming back at the next meeting with a suggestion on outdoor dining and how the city can facilitate that, and perhaps we have a discussion on how we could utilize a portion of reserves for that. But George mentioned specifically like a grant or loan program for businesses, but I want to make sure that staff is you're looking at all of the ideas that all the council members provided at our last regular meeting, correct? All those ideas, you're vetting those, and all those are going to be coming back to the council on the 10th, correct?
Yes, Mayor. We've basically distilled all of the comments down to about 23 focus areas that we're investigating. We've identified many of them which we are already implementing. But we're also looking at those ones that need to be implemented immediately for the greatest economic recovery. So yes, we are definitely looking at every single consideration sent to us.
Okay, great. Thanks. And I guess, unless there are more questions from council members, it looks like we're going to go to the next slide on the transit fund.
Yes, this is a slide that was presented when we distributed your binder materials, and the concept or the thought at that time was that we had an option to spread the CARES money. Recall that I mentioned earlier on that we are in line to have an allocation of $3.7 million in CARES Act monies to be used for transit activities. We had hoped that we would be able to spread that money and have that money be applied only to the matching portion. And we look at current year, the example, we received FTA grant funding of $1.7 million, requires a general fund match of $1.3 million. The hope was that the CARES money would replace that 1.3 million and that we could then spread the remaining amount over up to 3 fiscal years. And that is not the case. We received clarification from VCTC just before this meeting that that is not an option. Option 2 is the way that it is being presented, is that we need to use those CARES monies to cover both the general fund matching portion and the FTA grant portion. So in this example, in year 1, the full $3 million of costs would be CARES Act money, and the 1.7 in FTA grant money would then be carried over into future years. We'll have more discussion on
I just want to
transit.
make sure that Mark, right on that. So it's option 2. It's the way we've got to go.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And we'll be having more discussion on transit activities again on the next meeting. On the next slide, this is basically a recap of commitments, and we have the direction we need to present something on the 10th, and we'll be coming back at that time. These next couple of slides, I'll turn over to Acting City Manager Carmen Nichols to kind of walk you through some of these items. These were the ones that, if you recall early on, we removed from the year 1 budget, and this is the opportunity to have some discussion around each item.
I have a question. Are the comments really in relation to the line item they're on?
No, we noticed that there was, I think the lines were missed, so no, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Some of those are incorrect, so I'll just go over them through it very quickly. So the items have been taken out of the budget, and we're requesting the City Council put them back in if they like. So the first item is City Pins, Mementos, and Mayor's Scrapbook. So those are a variety of things. When we get new employees, for example, we give them a city pin. Not really sure what the mementos and, well, I think I know what the scrapbook is. Outgoing mayors receive this kind of like a yearbook.
Can I say for the record, Ms. Nichols, I wasn't even aware that there was a scrapbook. Thank you.
And maybe our city clerk could explain that a little bit better if you have any questions about that. But yes, so there is a scrapbook.
I would like to say, are those pins for employees? I thought employees had the regular pins, but I think they're talking about pins for council members.
I'll defer to the city clerk or Ms. Holman, our HR manager, on this specifically.
I believe that's funding in the city council's budget for basically pins and mementos that we probably don't spend every year. We have a full stock of city pins right now, which we give out, and I also have a full stock of the council lapel pins. So there's no need at this time to purchase anything like that.
So, may I continue on?
Yes, please go ahead.
If there were to be a new council member elected in November, here's where I'm going with this. The rest of us would have a little lapel pin, and there would still be a lapel pin for a new council member.
Yes, I have a supply for, I think, the next 2 years.
Okay, I'm not saying we're going to get a new one, but I certainly wouldn't want one council member to not have a lapel pin while all the rest of us have one.
Jeffrey, can you also explain the mayor's scrapbook, and would we have funding for that if we eliminated or kept out the 2,100 out of the budget?
I would have funding to cover that in my budget.
Okay. So we're recommending that we keep that out of the budget, or keep the 2,100 out of the budget.
Yeah. I didn't even know we had that, so I don't know how I could miss it.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think we actually started that that hasn't been too long. Relatively new.
Okay.
I have one from 1990, a scrapbook. I've always had one.
All right. Well, I had a scrapbook, but they improved it a little bit the last few years.
Oh yes.
Okay, moving on.
Okay, the Crossing Guards Luncheon, I believe this is the luncheon where we bring in the Crossing Guards back annually, and then we provide a meal for them.
Breakfast.
Yes, breakfast. We also provide for them the training, and it's a orientation again. We can continue to have that orientation and present the information that they need. We don't necessarily need to have the breakfast, but I'll leave that to your decision.
I would like to continue it.
I'll tell you, I'd like to continue it also. I think it really makes a difference. The crossing guards are really appreciative of that, and we get a really good response as well.
Anybody else have an opinion on this one?
Yeah, I prefer to continue. It's such a small thing, but it's a really big thing that we do for them every year. And in all honesty, a lot of crossing guards don't get enough recognition as it is. So.
Susan?
Yeah.
All right. I would say go ahead and continue it.
Okay. We have the employee appreciation gift annually. The City Council gives a gift to employees. Last year it was a blanket. You can take it out to the employee picnic and sit on the blanket. The year before, I think it was a jacket. So the gift is very appreciated by city staff, but it is not a necessary expense. I will leave it to the council to give us direction.
Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven.
We've been doing this, I think, for about 15 years. When we first started, it was going to be a one-time shot, and then it always we kept putting it back in the budget. But I could do away with these.
Anybody else have an opinion on this one?
I'll try, man. I think it's a really nice gesture for the employees, but I think perhaps maybe this 1 year that we do away with it and really have a consideration and another discussion in next year's budget to bring it back.
I agree with taking it out.
I agree, take it out, just bring it back next year, if we can, for discussion next year.
Yeah, ditto.
Okay, thank you.
But not automatic next year.
Okay, the next item is the employee picnic. Again, annually there is an employee picnic. City Council sometimes serves the food, I think, or maybe annually you've been serving the food. Very much appreciated by staff. Again, not an expense that needs to be made, and I think there were even some feedback from staff that said, yeah, we're okay with letting the picnic go.
I can let it go.
I can let it go as well.
Ditto.
Honestly, my first inclination was if we were going to not have the dinner and the picnics, but we should do something. But if the staff is okay with letting it go, then I'm okay with letting it go.
Okay, and just to clarify that we've received a few comments from staff, but that was a general feeling.
Okay.
I can let it go as well.
Okay, thank you. The next item is the employee recognition dinner. Annually, there is an employee recognition. I believe it's at last year was at the Las Posas Country Club. Again, another item that is a discretionary spending, and we'll leave it to the council to decide.
And I just want to make clear, the comment on the right does not apply to this line item. It didn't start in 2007. It started, I think, like the third year the city was incorporated, and there were contributions in 2008, 14, and 15. So I don't know what that applies to, but it certainly doesn't apply to this line item. And that was just for the record, but I'd like to keep this one. We're not giving raises. We're going to be streamlining. We're going to be putting more work on our employees. Even the year we lost all our money, we lost everything we had in reserve. We lost $30 million when we thought we had 24. So we went in the hole, and it took us 3 years to get back to where we were even those years we had this. It was a real morale booster. It really was. And it's something for all the employees. So we wouldn't give them a gift, and we wouldn't be giving awards for time served. Oh, that's coming up. Sorry. but I'm in favor of keeping this one.
Who wants to go next?
Would you like me to go next, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
I'm in favor of keeping it too, but however, is there an opportunity that we can look and see if we might be able to get a little better rate on this? I love where we have it. I think it's wonderful, but I believe we have to sign a contract, I think 12 months in advance. But is there another option that we might be able to find another place that we could get a little bit better rate? I just bring that up for discussion, but I'm in favor of keeping it.
The contract reserves the place. We haven't necessarily selected the food or which determines the rate.
Okay, I mean, that is an option, Councilmember Kildee. I'd have to look into the contract, but that could be an option.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yeah, this is what I was going back to, that I think there should be something that recognizes the employees. I mean, I echo what Ms. Craven said about some recognition. But I also agree that, you know, it's a pretty formal night. Maybe there's something less expensive we could do. Worth looking at.
Like a picnic?
Mr. Mulchay, did you have any other comment on this one?
I'm personally not. You know, we take good care of the city employees. Yeah, for my employees in my company, we're having to cut back, and we usually have a picnic and we have a holiday dinner every year, and we definitely cut back the picnic. Well, I'm speaking of this year, but we definitely cut back the picnic for this year. We're cutting back the holiday dinner out entirely. When we're making so many cuts, I tend to say cut the fancy dinners and whatnot. In the whole scheme of things, I know it's appreciated. It's nice time. I don't know if it's all that necessary in the whole scheme of things. I'd much rather cut it. So it's not a slight against employees or our appreciation. It's just I don't know. I'm just uneasy when we're having to really tighten our belt. I feel uneasy letting loose, and from my personal, I personally have a hard time justifying $20,000 when we're trying to just cut everywhere else.
Speaking for myself, I agree with Mr. Mulchay. We love our employees; they're terrific, but I have a hard time this year, given that it's so unique, justifying this expenditure. So I think this year, I would say let's not have one.
Mayor, this is Brian Pierre. We may want to take a look at what the contract, if we've signed one, says. And if you want to give us an opportunity to look at that, we can come back to you at your meeting on June 10th to let you know. Because if there's already a signed contract, our options might be limited. There's perhaps a possibility that it could be terminated, and there might be some fee for that. But if you give us a chance to look at that contract, we could come back to you on the 10th.
I also heard 3 people say they wanted it.
I heard 3 people say they wanted it in one form or another.
Do you want us to review the contract?
Yeah, I heard the contract.
Yeah. Yes. No, I think you had 3 members who said that they wanted it. Okay, let's keep on plugging away here.
Okay, illness and bereavement flowers. When someone in our Camarillo employee family and their family has an incident where someone passes away, we typically send flowers or a card. I would suggest we keep this, but again, up to the council.
People, from the very quick thank you notes we get and the grateful thank you notes we get, I think this is a really nice gesture. We do it when somebody has a major surgery, somebody has a long-term hospitalization, a death in the immediate family, or a birth. And I think it's really nice, and it isn't much money at all.
I ditto that.
Question. Can we also send it to people who have outpatient surgeries? I thought I've seen. Okay.
I think it's major surgeries. Jeffrey does it. Ask her.
Actually, we do for outpatients.
We do the city, or are you saying you do with your business?
No, the city does.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought I read an expense report where we were sending flowers and all that for outpatient surgeries.
So if I could speak to the flowers for a surgery, when it is a major surgery, as Charlotte said, we do tend to send a flower. Sometimes major surgeries don't always require a hospital stay. Sometimes it could be something that's invasive and it's considered outpatient in their home, relatively soon. But if it's a surgery that's not non-elective, we tend to send the flowers as a get well gesture. Does that help?
Wouldn't it be more appropriate to send people seeds so they can grow rather than flowers that die?
You ever seen me try to grow seeds?
I'm not a big flower guy, so I'm just kind of.
Make note of that.
All right. Have we had everybody express an opinion on this one?
You haven't.
Yeah, I think differently about illness and bereavement. This is a little different to me than dinners. I would go ahead and keep this item.
Thank you. The next item then is the Law Day dinner. You had made an earlier decision to keep Law Day dinner, but postpone that. And so we're requesting your input on the Law Day dinner for next year.
Who wants to start?
Well, I was the one who brought it up for the current year, and it's gone for the current year, and so we're talking now about not spending that money at all and having one next year. And I also want to point out that this has nothing to do with the wording that's printed beside it. It didn't start in 2014. It started in 1965. And the Senior Expo Info Guide is not printed as part of this expense. So just to clarify, anybody looking at this, I think we should keep this for the same reason that we keep the employee dinner. I think they go hand in hand. I consider the police department to be another part of our city employee group, and I think they should be, I like to do this for them. It's the only thing we really do that makes them feel they're really part of us.
Who'd like to go next?
I'll go next. Yeah, we're the last city that does this, and I know it's really appreciative, and we're not going to do it this year, but I would, this is a fine tradition for, individuals that give, and I know they're paid well, and I get that they're really good jobs, but they give a lot. They give a lot to the city. Many of them actually live in the city, and I've had several compliments through my years that it's really great that Camarillo's still doing this, and it's our night out, and boy, I got to tell you, they sure have fun. So I'm hoping that next year we can do this again.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go. Yeah, I'm actually supportive of the Law Day dinner. Law enforcement. It's one group of individuals, I think, particularly, and it's more relevant now than ever, don't get a lot of respect, period, and get a bad rap. And their job is to deal with everyone on their worst day. And in light of that, I don't think we give enough credit to the responsibility that they have to do day in and day out. And yeah, I'm supportive of keeping it.
Madam Vice Mayor?
I agree. I think this is a really nice gesture. I think it's important. So I'd like us to keep doing this.
Okay. Well, I think I'll be the odd man out on this one, the contrarian, just because I think that next year, year one, ordinarily I would be fine with having this dinner, but I think we have such uncharted waters ahead next year that I would rather retain these funds for one additional year, so we have some more flexibility. So, but I recognize that I'm just on the short end of a 4-to-1 on this. So, let's go on to the next one.
Okay.
No disrespect to our Sheriff's Department, who I think is wonderful. Okay, let's go.
Thank you, Mayor. The next two items, the longevity retirement awards, I'm going to ask Ms. Holman, Kathy Holman, our HR manager, to come back to the podium and explain those.
So the longevity retirement rewards, Jeff and I were just talking about that. Our assumption on the retirement award is it's the city tile that retiring employees and outgoing department heads receive when they separate from the city. Jeffrey actually just recently purchased a supply of that. How long do you think that would last, Jeffrey?
It's going to last about 10 years.
So we don't have an immediate need to expend those funds since we just did.
I couldn't hear what she said.
So the retirement longevity award is the city tile that you guys present to outgoing or retiring city employees and department heads and council members. Jeffrey just...
But we didn't hear what Jeffrey said.
Oh, Jeffrey just ordered probably about 10 years worth of tiles. So we don't really need this line item at the moment because she has an adequate supply.
Your Honor, having heard that, I can take it out of this year's budget, but I certainly didn't want to stop giving the tiles. If you've worked for the city for 10 years, you're eligible to get a tile when you retire, or when you leave. Yeah, when you retire. Or when a council member leaves or a planning commissioner leaves. I think that's the only one time somebody gets it.
And when a department head leaves as well. When a department head leaves as well.
When a department head leaves. I think that we need to keep that tradition, and it doesn't cost very much. But I can, if we have enough to continue doing that, then I can support not having it in next year's budget.
Anybody else?
I just heard that we just bought a 10-year supply, so I'm supportive of taking out of the 5-year forecast too.
No, it'll never get put back in. Leave it as a line item with 0.
Are you guys?
Anybody else? All right. I think you have direction from council on that one.
Okay. Now, longevity awards are what we give to employees that obtain a major milestone: 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. At 5 years, city employees had received a cross pin, a writing pin, and then at 10 years, there's a cash longevity award, which increases incrementally at each 5-year increment. Would you like it?
Your Honor, we have a very good benefits program, and I'm willing to get rid of this. This is about what, 17, 18 years we've done this. And we didn't do it before then. But I think that we could drop this program.
Who would like to go next? Mr.
Ditto. Ditto for me.
I agree.
Agreed.
Okay, State of the City TV shoot. So in the past, we've presented the State of the City through our TV channel. That cost has been $1,975. Now, it is suggested to go back as it's recommended that you approve this expense. However, now with the age of Zoom and other options, and Mayor Tremblay, you had done some interviews that went on the TV channel that were recorded through Zoom. there are other options. So, well, initially we had recommended that we keep that in there so that we could provide it to as many members of the public. There may be other ways of doing that. And, you know, almost $2,000 is not a big expense that we could leave there in case the Zoom or an option like that did not work. But I think we can make other options work as well. So I'll just leave it to the council to decide.
Let me jump in on this one. This is a short-term, I mean, it's only a few years we've had this expense. I think it was maybe 3 years or 4 years. Prior to that, there were TV cameras at the State of the City, and they recorded as the person made the speech at the luncheon. Sometimes there were dishes clattering because the wait staff picks up the dishes while the mayor is talking. Sometimes people coughed. And so 3 years ago, I guess, they decided to bring that in here and have a separate recording of the mayor making the speech in the council chambers, and then staff went ahead and edited it. And so it was a nice, perfect thing. I personally never found anything wrong with having the public on TV seeing the same thing that the people at the State of the City luncheon saw. And a lot of people don't understand that the State of the City luncheon, although you have to pay money to have the luncheon, they have chairs at the back of the room, and anybody can go and sit in those chairs and listen to the State of the City speech. They just don't get to eat. So, I don't know, maybe you want to do a separate one, but I think that the Zoom thing would be fine. I don't think we need to do a separate speech where we're paying people to do it.
And Jonathan? Yeah, I actually like to keep this because I see that we do this in lieu of the luncheon, which is significantly more expensive. That's since been canceled. We're not going to do the luncheon. Actually, for several years, I like the idea of doing a digital State of the City address. Not in the same respect we've done it in years past, where the mayor of the year has gotten up at the dais and just stood there and gave a PowerPoint presentation. I think there's a lot more opportunity for giving a little bit more of an interactive and interesting State of the City address. And I'd actually like to keep it in there because I think these funds would be used for that. And I think it's, particularly in this time, I'd prefer that people have a good, concrete idea of where their city is headed, particularly in this time. Communication to residents as to what is going on. Because I understand that most don't watch, our council meetings and aren't quite tuned into that and don't keep their thumb on the pulse of day to day. But the State of the City, even before I became the council, the State of the City was really beneficial. It was boring, I'll admit, but it was very informational as a good sum up. And so what I'd like to do is like to keep it in whatever capacity we can and eliminate the boring aspect.
Could I ask, has the State of the City been canceled? Because on the next page we're asked whether we want to donate to it or not.
Well, I was told that we canceled the entire contract with the chamber through. Oh, I'm sorry. We're talking about this year, huh? Right here, we're talking about next year. Oh no, yeah, we do State of the City in the fall. So yeah, so that's been canceled, I thought.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Getting all confused.
Well, then I'll change what I say. I'll change what I said. I didn't realize it had been canceled.
The city has been canceled. Am I right on that?
Well, the contract with the Chamber of Commerce has been terminated.
Yes, I understand that, but the chamber is still considering having the State of the City. It is a fundraiser for them as well.
Well, no, my understanding is that's not in the direction we were going to go this year.
But that doesn't mean that the Chamber of Commerce is not going to have a State of the City.
Well, Mr.
But you're saying this is not a direction we're going to go, then why are we being asked if we want to donate to it?
Okay, can I respond on this?
Yeah.
let me just tell you, we've had some preliminary discussions so far. There will not be a State of the City address as has been done in prior years up at Spanish Hills. So there's no chamber luncheon. What has been discussed for the last several weeks is a video type presentation, or I guess maybe even a Zoom, but a video type presentation that will be very different in nature and scope than we've had in past years, and then available for and put out citywide so that everybody can see where the city is going and what's been going on with the city for the past several months, and kind of echoing Mr. Milche's comments on that. That video would be made available to the chamber if the chamber so desired it. So other than that, there really haven't been any communications. I've only had those preliminary communications since the chamber contract was terminated. So the bottom line is, and I don't think Susan had a chance to speak up yet. I was bound and determined not to speak up on this because it pertained to what I had to do until the very last one. But since I've got the floor, I would say I agree with Sean. I think from a communication standpoint, especially this year, it being such a strange year, such a unique year, that from a communication standpoint, I think it would be helpful to do it. So I was in favor of retaining those funds toward applying them to do the video.
Well, if there's not a State of the City, which I hadn't understood, then I'm for keeping this, because I do believe we need a State of the City somehow. And I think this is the amount we spent an amount in the last couple of years to produce it and have it edited and put it out.
Can I chime in?
Sure, Mr. Khalid.
This is all news to me. My understanding is, and maybe, obviously I don't know, the Chamber of Commerce gets corporate sponsors for this event. And my understanding is that they line them up a year in advance. So you're telling me that they have null and voided those corporate sponsors, and they do not want to have the State of the City addressed this year. Is that what I'm hearing?
What I've heard, and it's only been in the last couple of days, Mr. Kildee, is that since the chamber contract was terminated by Mr. Clifford, the question was put, would the city still be doing a State of the City through a contract with the chamber up at Spanish Hills? And the answer to that was no. Then the question came back, is the city willing to give the chamber a copy of the video? Because in recognition, I guess, of having, I guess there are sponsorships, and my understanding was yes, willing to give them a copy of the video, but I don't know what the chamber is intending, if any, to do relative to that. I know that they've got their issue of sponsorships, but the last communication I had was that they were going to Plan B, and I don't know what that means. I just don't know what that means from your chambers.
Well, my suggestion is maybe we get some more information on this for the next meeting.
If I can, Susan, I'm probably going to say the same thing. I'll let you say it, Susan.
Oh, I don't know. I've just been trying to get my comment in here somewhere. I think one of the issues is social distancing, and so I think we have to keep that in. Yeah. So I mean, I don't think it's going to be the same type of event, and nor that it's going to be possible. It may be, but we're not going to know soon enough to make those plans. So, and I think the chamber's recognizing that. So I think we definitely need a State of the City. This is a unique year. It's really important that we communicate really well the state of our city to the community. So I think I think we should leave the amount here, but I would hope that there are less expensive ways to do that.
Sean, did you want to go next?
Susan did pretty much say it. I was gonna say, legally, we can't even get that many people in the same room, and 8 to 10 people around a small table all squeezed together. That's not in the cards now. from a health standpoint, and I don't know if that's necessarily going to go away in the interim. So.
And Kevin, my response is I'm sensitive to the Chamber's sponsorship issues, but I don't have a clear indication of what their intention is. All it was said back to me was that they're going to go to Plan B. I don't know what that means. Perhaps we could ask staff to report back to us what that means for the next meeting. But in the meantime, with regard to this line item, I would hope that we would just keep it in place.
I agree. I think we different direction. Have that in place due to the new information that's been brought up. And
I agree.
Okay, so this funding is for the TV, the recording, the TV shoot. So we'll get to the chamber in a minute. But I did get a note from Mr. Pichardo, who did have a communication with Mr. Cushing. And what he stated is that Mr. Cushing stated in April, now this might have changed, but in April he said that they weren't planning on pushing it back, but they were definitely dependent on how things are going. So we can check in with the chamber, Mr. Cushing, find out where he's at this point. But I think, as Ms. Santangelo said, I think it's going to be very dependent on what the situation is at the time. And so since this is in September, we've got a little bit of time, but not a whole lot for planning. But we will check in. Thank you. The next item is the volunteer dinner. And as you know, that is a very big event for volunteers. Just getting to my stats here. Last year, 458 volunteers and their guests were invited, and we had a total of 344 attendees. We had 177 volunteers, 139 guests, and 28 staff members. And these were volunteers that volunteer at for the city, for the police department, and for library operations. The volunteer dinner runs about $14,500 annually, and looking for you to give us direction on that.
Your Honor, I feel very strongly that we need to keep this. We're going to need our volunteers more than ever, and it's not just volunteering in the police department and the library. Community development has some volunteers on loan, CDBG, or whatever it is, low-income loan selection. We have our, what I call the sidewalk superintendents, the people who call public works and report anything they see, from potholes to cracks in sidewalks to branches down. A lot of departments and divisions have their volunteers. I think we need to thank volunteers more than anybody else because they're not paid, and this is all they get, and they really like being recognized in one way or another. And so, you know, with that many volunteers, I think we need to do it.
Who'd like to go next? Mr. Milche?
I can't remember. What time of year do we usually have the dinner?
August.
In August. I mean, I'm fine with keeping it in, but knowing that depending upon where the health crisis is, it may need to either be canceled or pushed back significantly.
If I can...
Those are my thoughts as well.
Your dinner's usually held in September? For the volunteers?
September, and I know that a lot of our volunteers are skewed to the older. And if we're still in this health crisis, then they are going to be the most vulnerable. And so I definitely don't want to, I guess we'll see where we are.
They can choose not to come.
Well, not if they're still they're going to be the last to be allowed to go out. But the other thing is that what probably keeps this at a lower cost is that it's a buffet style, and I doubt that's going to be allowed as well.
I'll kind of reiterate it. I'm for keeping it in, but in the event we can't have it in September, then I want to keep it in because maybe we got to push it back to the spring even.
Yeah. We have had them in April. One year, we used to have them in April.
I agree. I'd like to keep it in. I don't think it's going to, I think September's premature. I think we're going to have to push this one back.
I mean, I think it's really important. I mean, I want to recognize our volunteers, and this is a lovely event. I just don't, I think September's too soon.
Okay, and I'll agree with what the others have said. So I think you've got direction on that one, Carmen.
Thank you. On the items on the bottom, you had already given us some direction. The only event that was kept was the holiday parade. And don't know if we're not seeking any other direction, but just wanted to bring that to your attention.
I agree with the decisions we made. We discussed these to death before.
Okay, so that means we go on to the next slide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so the next one is program contributions. We looked throughout the budget also to see what kind of program contributions the City Council has approved in the past and whether or not you desire to fund them back in 2021. At your direction, these were pulled out, and we're requesting your direction on whether they should be continued. CSU Channel Islands Scholarship Fund, as you know, you contribute $25,000 into their endowment. This week, Mr. Ariba and I Zoom met with the staff members and received some information regarding the endowment. There's a lot of information, actually, that the City Council, that I would recommend the City Council should hear. First of all, we have an endowment of about $209,000. They are looking to see a hit on that due to the investments. But I think that it would be wise for the council, especially with new council members, to get an overall picture on how the endowment works. It was, I learned some things because my question was, why are the contributions annually lower than the amount that City Council contributes? And so that I was told there is a policy where there's a 3% limit on distributions throughout the endowment, not just the City of Camarillo's endowment, but that's an endowment policy that they have. So for any other endowments that they have. My recommendation would be, because it is currently at a 200,000 plus level, my recommendation would be that we pass for the 2021 year, allow the CSU staff to come at a study session and explain how the endowment works and how the contribution is invested and utilized. And at that moment, if you'd like to give council, give the staff direction to put it back in the budget, we'd love to program it back in the budget. If you feel that the funding is sufficient, then we can let it ride for the 2021 year. And CSU staff was notified. We discussed this recommendation, and they were fine with that.
Who would like to comment? Mrs. Craven?
I'm fine with it. We've had years before. This comment to the right of this does pertain to this one, and so I agree wholeheartedly.
I agree.
I agree.
Agreed.
Okay.
And agreed.
Thank you. With that, then we'll schedule a study session sometime during the new year. The next item is Council on Aging. This is the $6,000 expense that's put in the budget biannually, so every 2 years. This is coming up. I believe it's going to be 21-22 since it was budgeted in 1920. So this is an expense that I would recommend that we cancel because that senior booklet is, again, printed biannually, and it was printed in 1920.
I remember getting it in 20.
1920 or 2020? Yeah. I'm sorry, did I even hear the date?
Fiscal year 1920.
I just don't remember receiving their booklet this year.
This is Jeffrey.
Oops. Do we know how much the cost is to print it? I'm wondering do they save up the money from the off year?
Well, it shouldn't be. We should only be budgeting it every other year. It should not be budgeted annually. We did find some items that are being budgeted annually that we've corrected. This one could possibly be that. I don't have a specific answer, Councilmember Santangelo, on that, but Jeffrey seems to have some information.
Yeah, it is literally being printed and delivered to City Hall right now. It's usually presented to you in May with the Older Americans Month, but we weren't able to do that because of the closure. So it will be presented as soon as it can, and it'll be back on our display shelves as soon as it arrives. So no funding necessary for 2021, and then funding again for 21-22.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
Fine.
All right, are we all consensus on that? All right, let's go to the next one.
Okay, Youth Employment Services. You heard a discussion today by the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club. There was a letter that you received for your consideration of continuing the funding. We also did receive a proposal of the amount. I don't believe I heard Mr. Martinez state the amount, and so the reduction in the amount is down to $16,000. So based on the how services would be reduced and adopting the social distancing protocols, his request is for $16,000. So our recommendation is that you keep the funding in. It is for youth employment. And given these times, that is necessary. Continue the employment in our city, but it is down to $16,000, so that is a plus.
Your Honor.
Go ahead, please.
I asked him, and he confirmed that was 100 children during the year that they employ. They don't employ them, but they connect with employers. It just seems like a heck of a lot of money per child. I mean, this program started out as a totally volunteer program, and the city did it all by itself. A woman named Barbara, I can't remember her last name, held it together with 5 or 6 volunteers. And then when Barbara passed away, we got the chamber to do it, and we paid them $9,000, if I remember correctly. And somehow it went up to $22,000 when it got to the Boys and Girls Club. I just think for placing 100 children in a whole year, this is a lot of money. It's $220 per child. That would be, or per placement. For this coming year, it'd be $160 per child. I have called several times trying to get somebody to do housework, something around the house, yard work. And in my cases, at those times, they've never been able to find children who are willing to do it. The answer to me was, kids don't want to do that kind of stuff anymore. So I don't know. Maybe they're changing their attitudes right now. But it just seems like a lot of money for placing very few children.
Who'd like to go next?
I'll go. I'm in favor of cutting it. When I was looking at this whole thing, I like to talk about this holistically. And most of these things here are related to I would say are related to economic development. I'm speaking for myself. It was kind of my intention that maybe certain aspects of here would be rolled into whatever comes of the economic development plan or economic recovery plan. So I had actually kind of gone along with just assuming that we probably, in the interim, cut all these in hopes that some of these things we would bring back and are just simply fund at different levels or possibly roll into some sort of broader initiative as it pertains to our economic recovery plan. So kind of switching gears, so to speak, maybe just not just business as usual. And so I was kind of reserving judgment on a whole host of things here as it pertained to the economic recovery aspect. I do want to see something for this, whether it's $10,000 to $15,000. I'm supportive of that. I think it is necessary, particularly right now, trying to get. I graduated college in 2008. I don't need to tell you what happened in 2008. It's a horrible thing to get at. Start getting yourself into the workplace or into the economy when things are falling apart. So where we can try to get people in kids placement and work experience, I think it's more valuable than ever. I do hear what Charlotte's saying, though. And I do agree that it's really hard to find kids to do the dirty jobs nowadays. I had the same issue in my career. Yeah.
I'd like to go next.
Carmen had a comment.
Mayor?
All right, and then Kevin, you're on deck.
I just wanted to clarify that the funding doesn't go to the kids. It doesn't go to place the kids. This funding is for the program coordinator. So it's the coordinator that checks in with the kids, who works with them on resumes, interview skills, maybe meeting with the employer. So I wanted to make sure that there was clarification that this is not, money's not used to place kids.
But the coordinator is the one who matches them up with the jobs.
That's right. And
because employers or prospective employers call her, and she matches then the kids who have put in the application. So she's doing that, and that is a cost per child placed.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear that it's not for the kids specifically. It's for the program coordinator.
Okay, Mr. Kildee, I think, was next.
Yeah, I do believe this program, we should keep this program, but at a lesser rate. And I do agree that 22.5's a lot of money. I know it's 16,000 now. Kind of trying to do some math with 100 kids. It would seem to me the sweet spot would be somewhere around 10,000. So that would be my recommendation.
Mr. Mayor?
Madam Vice Mayor?
So I think with what we're facing this year, we might find that we're assisting more than the 100 youth, so we might get a bigger bang for our buck. I agree with Mr. Mulchay that a lot of these things tie into economic recovery, and I feel the same way that I'd like to know a little bit more about what we're doing with our economic recovery plan before I make hard and fast decisions on some of these. I want the youth employment services to be, I don't want to stop this, but if we do it in another way as part of the economic development plan, then it would change this line item.
Okay. Well, I'm supportive of this line item in the prorated amount for this next for year one, for 2020/21. I'm supportive of this program at that reduced level, at that $16,000 level that was previously discussed by Mr. Mulchay. So and for the reason that this year, from an economic standpoint, I think it's important that that service be available. And I won't go further with it than that. I just think it's very important. So I'm not sure where, I'm trying to count heads on this one. I'm not sure where we are. Susan.
What if, I mean, I'd be willing to leave the 16,000 in, and then if we make some different decisions with an economic recovery plan that affects this in some way,
Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Hang on, Mr. Kildee. I don't think Ms. Santangelo finished.
Then we could revisit this. Oh no, this has to be done by.
Yeah, we need to make this. We need to make this decision as part of a budget. So, Mr. Kildee.
I would support the 16,000, but I'd like to get some more information truly about how many kids that it does, that do use this service too. I know the 100 was kind of thrown out there, but I'd like to see some data on that and truly how effective this program is. I agree. I think probably going to need, jobs are going to be hard to come by this year, and there may be more of a demand for this, but I'd like to get some more data. But I do agree to keep it in at some sort of funding, and I can't support the 16.
Your Honor, we do get data. We get a quarterly report on the in the consent calendar 4 times a year, and that's what it added up to, was 100 kids.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
If that number is accurate, then that's fine.
All right. If I'm counting correctly, I think you have at least 3 members who are supportive of keeping this amount at the $16,000 amount for the 2020/21 fiscal year. So, next item.
Okay, I'm going to bring Mr. Winkler back in. He will talk about the economic development and EDC sponsorships and line items, which I think maybe one of these is a membership, but Mr. Winkler is best to explain this.
Thank you. So I believe we're at the Startup Weekend VC line item, correct?
Yes.
Excellent. So the Startup Weekend Ventura County program is the Chamber of Commerce entrepreneurship program that we've been hosting at the Camarillo Library. The prior year contract, which we just terminated, actually rolled the Startup Weekend program into that. So with that information in mind, that's why there is no budget for this next fiscal year. We would love to bring that back as soon as it's more appropriate for council to decide on that. And we're definitely looking at other alternatives for supporting entrepreneurship during this time.
So I guess what I'm hearing is that we'll hear about it more in the future?
Correct.
Okay.
As far as the state of the city sponsorship, that is also a Chamber of Commerce item, which was in the contract that we just recently terminated. Once again, this is something that will be brought up when appropriate, but however, at this moment in time, it's just not something that we're interested in, looking into with the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Then next
and then the Economic Development Collaboration, the $5,000 amount is for board membership dues. So this is for our council members. Every city is paying into this for their council members to take part of the board. So this is a normal service. I believe in the version I have, we're keeping that. So I'm not 100% sure why it's not reflected in this budget. However, I believe that this is something that we want to keep.
Yeah, so the explanation for that is that we've deleted all of the items from the upcoming budget, and we're giving the opportunity for the council to review these items individually and then decide if they'd like to bring them back in. With your explanation, we're just looking for direction on that continuing membership.
I have a question, Your Honor.
This is Craven.
Is this like dues so that we can have a member on the board?
Yes.
Well, I think we need to continue to be part of it. If that's our dues, I don't know why we call it a contribution. We don't call what we pay to the League of Cities a contribution.
No, I'm Mr. Mulshare. I can certainly speak to that because we've been, in successive years on this board. But this is the money that, as I understand that, this is the money that the city pays to be a member of the Economic Development Collaborative, and by virtue of that, we have one member of our council who sits on that board currently, and that's Sean.
Yeah, I'll speak to that really quick. The money we pay in dues, I don't really see it as dues. It's a very, very small investment with a significant outsized return for what the EDC does, not just for Camarillo, but for the entire county. And if you look at what they're doing right now, they're punching well above their weight right now. They got a lot on their plate, and they're taking it in stride. And it's really admirable how they've stepped up and been very very active in addressing the day-to-day changing conditions when it comes to pandemic fallout.
Well, I don't see why we're even talking about this. I think that this is something we need to belong to because they're doing a lot for us. So I don't even understand why it's on the list.
Yeah, I agree that we keep this for all the reasons and more.
Okay, I think we have a broad consensus on that one. Let's go to the next one.
Excellent. So the next line item is the Economic Development Collaborative Annual Event Sponsorship. This event takes place at the Westlake Hyatt annually. It's an excellent event. However, it is a sponsorship. That the city of Camarillo is the only city that offers the sponsorship to the Economic Development Collaborative. It is appreciated, but we're the only city that does it.
Do we know when this one is? I can't remember.
It's in January of every year.
Okay. I recommend we don't do this. We don't fund this one.
So do I, if we're the only city.
Anybody else?
I'm on the fence. It's not absolutely necessary. We are the only city. We got a large thanks at this last event for it. I think there was some surprise that we did sponsor it. I think it's a small amount. I could cut this, but my intention is that we're going to double down and put some resources when it comes to economic development. So the $4,000 is small compared to what I'd hope that we really put towards economic recovery in tandem with the EDC. So I think I would rather take the $4,000 and reprogram into something that's hopefully going to derive greater economic benefit than just a simple sponsorship.
Susan?
I agree.
Yeah, just real quickly, Sean made a comment a few minutes ago about EDC punching above their weight right now. They certainly are, but I would say take out this sponsorship and redeploy it. But that is not a comment adverse at all to EDC-DC. They are punching above their weight. They have great value right now. We're going to need them going forward. So next item up.
Sure. The next item is the EDC. This is a film liaison position. This is Bill Bartels. Most of the cities in the county contribute to this position. So all these small amounts from the cities contribute to that one position existing in the county. It's really focused on supporting film in Ventura County. So what that is they scout film locations, they look at film permitting, they're looking at talent, crew, and lodging. This is an opportunity to expand our economic development footprint for film in the community.
Yeah, if I could take this one. It's a very small amount of money. I was present at the last time our ED of the film liaison presented on all the filming that was happening in Ventura County, and he took it city by city. There's actually quite a bit in Camarillo. As things open up, I'm actually rather hopeful that once things open back up and filming resumes, these larger productions, that a lot of them are going to want to stay closer to Hollywood and closer to just like LA County and Ventura County. So our proximity to them is going to be very, very helpful, because I think a lot of them are going to try not to travel as far and wide, considering different health restrictions and everything else that's going on. So I think there's opportunity. And George, I forgot his name. What is his name again?
It's Bill Bartels.
Yeah, Bartels. He's very well connected to the filming industry. He's had a lot of success over the last few years in bringing more and more filming to Ventura County. And you can draw a direct. There's a correlation you can draw between the amount of filming and some of the economic benefit they contribute. So for $3,100, it's a very small price to pay, and I think it's something that we'll be able to capitalize on going forward, just simply because of our proximity to the Hollywood production crews.
Anybody else? Ms. Sanhenzo?
I agree.
I agree. All right. Ms. Craven?
Fine with me.
I agree as well. Next item up.
Okay, I believe Ms. Nichols will be taking this one.
Okay, the cable television services, as you know, is our part of it is filming the Christmas parade, which is about $7,800, and the remainder being for City Scene TV filming, production, editing. And then we have a miscellaneous. We have some miscellaneous amount. We would recommend that we keep this in the budget. We heavily use our TV channel staff internally. We've met and have discussed on how we can expand the use of City Scene TV, or at least the advertisements, how we can change the look to advertisements for different things. Maybe some more videos up. So there's a lot going on internally about how we can utilize the channel as for more advertising, especially now during the business recovery. While maybe businesses aren't ones watching the TV, the government channel, the consumers are. And so if we could use this tool as a tool to promote our businesses coming back into reopening and getting back into business, we'd like to be able to utilize it for that and for a whole lot of other things. So our recommendation is we keep it. We kept the Christmas parade in next year's budget. And so again, $7,800 is for the filming of the Christmas parade, about $28,000 for the City Scene TV, and everything else, the $2,500 remaining or so, is for miscellaneous editing and services like that.
Would you like to be first up on this one?
I'll go. I don't mind the amount. I think we can use that, the City Scene TV. I don't know why we need to film the Christmas parade. I just don't. I mean, that's $8,000 or $7,800, I think she said.
Yes.
But I think that one could go.
Mr. Mayor.
Then Mr. Kildee, you're on deck.
Yeah, I was going to make that same thing. I think we keep this, but I don't think we really need to film the Christmas parade, at least not this year. Maybe we can look at it at a prior year. But if we want to save some money, I think this is where we might be able to not film the Christmas parade this year.
Okay. Mr. Mulchay?
I agree. I don't know anyone who's ever watched the Christmas parade.
On television, you mean?
On television. No. I've seen plenty of people out there. I just haven't talked to anyone who's actually watched on television.
I'm sorry. Ms. Santangelo?
I agree. I was going to make the same suggestion.
Agreed with my colleagues on that.
Thank you. And finally, we have the senior meal home delivery. We recommend that we continue to keep this item. Council did share some ideas on how they would like to see us promote other opportunities for for making meals available. We are looking into that as part of the recovery. So we will continue to look at that. At this point, we would recommend that we continue to fund this item.
Mr. Mayor?
I think that it's a good idea to keep this and to leave this as their program, not for us to try to take it over, but it is a very good way to get meals to people who need them. They have quite a few criteria. You have to be a senior citizen. You can't be able to prepare your own meals. You're delivered 4 or 5 meals a couple of times a week by volunteers, and it's a great program. I think that if we're interested in participating in other programs or other people with maybe some other criteria, then we need to look into those as well. But as far as this one, I'd like to just keep it donating to the Camarillo Healthcare District's program.
Mr. Mayor, may I comment? I agree. If we've learned anything through this pandemic is that seniors really need some help with this. A lot of them have not been able to go out and even shop very basics. I'm actually, like a lot of us, working with a few of the seniors trying to see if I can help them out a little bit here. But it's a really good program, and my feeling is it's really needed. And we've got a lot of seniors out in Camarillo, and so it's well received. There's a lot of really good criteria, and I think it's working well, so I would agree that we continue funding it.
All right. Madam Vice Mayor?
I completely agree with with Ms. Craven and Mr. Kildee, and feel very strongly that this should remain.
Mr. Mulchay?
I'm very supportive of the program. I had one question, and I bet Charlotte probably knows the answer. But I thought we increased it from 2 years ago to last year, or this current fiscal year. We increased it by $20,000 because they had some sort of grant that they regularly received. I think it was a federal grant of some sort, had been rescinded or reduced. And they looked to us to make it up. And I was curious as to whether or not, they said they were going to come back to us on the next year and tell us whether or not they were able to re-secure that grant.
And city managers changed, and I think she probably wasn't asked to come or something, but they didn't get the grant, and they needed our money.
But then, didn't something happen where so they thought they were going to lose some money, so they asked us to make up for that, but then it turned out that they got more than they thought, so they didn't get cut as much.
They didn't get cut as much.
I believe that's right. That's the recollection I have as well.
But that meant that they could serve more meals.
Right. Okay, so we gave them the same amount.
We gave them the 44 or whatever, and they were able to buy more meals because we'd already budgeted it and given it to them.
Okay.
But I think we should say that there are people who want these meals who can't get them. You know, they can't serve everybody who qualifies and request them.
I agree.
What I was going to suggest, I would ask that we look into it. But even if they are able to secure additional funds, or maybe some of the third-party funds that they've gotten before, so even if we are quote-unquote overfunding them from what we previously have, then I would like to see, because I don't know exactly how the program works and how they derive the meals in which they serve to residents. But if there's a way to where we can make it the benefit a double whammy, we're serving the seniors, and we can find a way where these meals can come from Camarillo restaurants in some way, we can help supplement them, like some of these other programs are. And the deal is that we're going to give you an extra $20,000 and to help offset maybe some increased costs or something. If there's a way for this added benefit, I would like to look into that.
But with the budget coming up right away, how do we do an iffy of maybe 20,000 more or not?
Well, I think it's just a phone call to the healthcare district just to find out where things stand.
Well, they get prepackaged meals for this. So I don't think it's local.
Let me go ahead and just give my thought on this, if that's okay. I favor keeping this in very strongly. I think the healthcare district does a wonderful job on this. And I know that in the last couple of months they have been working extremely hard getting meals out to people. I think we should keep this in, and as a separate matter, I'm looking forward to a discussion, whether it's May 27 or June 10, I think it's probably June 10, on utilizing perhaps some economic development monies for food program, either as part of the Great Plates program or part of the World Central Kitchen program, or as part of Food Pantry, because it should be expanded beyond, in my view right now, with what is going on in this pandemic. Not just, we should continue with the senior meal home delivery, but I also think we have a little broader population to think about, particularly right now, that is in need of food, and it's critical, in my opinion. It's just as much an important part of the economic development issues going on right now as some other things as well. So I think all five of us are saying, Carmen, but it looks like Mr. Baca wants to speak on this. Mr. Baca?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Tremblay and members of the City Council. I wanted to share that the COVID-19 CARES Act funding that is going to be coming from CDBG, the $192,000, does have a provision that we're exploring that can be used to help assist with funding of these types of food and meal programs. So we're looking into that as part of the options to present to the City Council when we consider spending those funds.
Thank you. That's very good information, Mr. Baca, to have. So I think what you're hearing, Carmen, is I think you're hearing a consensus of everybody to keep this in the budget, this $44,500 figure, and then perhaps we'll have some opportunity to discuss additional funding moving forward. some additional information, right? Mr. Kildee?
Do you mind if we take a little tiny break here, Mr. Mayor?
Could I make a comment on this?
Actually, okay, hang on, Mrs. Craven. Mr. Kildee, I was going to suggest that we do that before we go to the next slide, which is a different subject now on general fund revenue scenarios. So if we could just finish this topic, then we'll take a 10-minute break if that's okay. It's very timely, your request. Mrs. Craven.
I just wanted to point out I'm working closely with the Federal Legislative Committee of CASA, and it looks like, I don't know if there's anything special for healthcare districts, but it looks like special districts as political subdivisions are not included in any of the CARES or HEROES Acts. So whatever we get to that we can help the healthcare district with for food for various segments of the population is money that is not, they're not going to get anything out of this other. So we'll get it for our political subdivision.
And I think that's well put. Okay, so we've got a number of options we're gonna talk about from a food standpoint. So, all right, we've been going now for about 2 hours and 40 minutes. I think we need a break. It's 10:23 right now. How about we take a recess and reconvene at 10:35? Is that okay? And then we'll start with the general fund revenue scenarios. All right, hearing no objection, we stand in recess until 10:35.
meal for them.
Yeah, sure. Of course we can.
Say that earlier.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks.
You bet. Okay, do we have everybody back?
Yeah, we do.
All right, let's, want to make sure everybody is back. My gallery screen is not working here. There we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and reconvene, please, after recess, after this short recess. I would like to, per Ms. Craven's request, Ms. Nichols, briefly go back to slide 40.
39.
I'm sorry, 39, right. Thank you, Charlotte, on the volunteer dinner. And Ms. Craven, I think you had one additional comment you wanted to make on that.
Yes, I meant to make it when we discussed the volunteer dinner, and I talked so much, I forgot to talk about this. But if we're doing away with everybody else's awards, then I think that we should continue to have the volunteer event sometime during the year, but not, not have the gift or award we've given them in the past. We've always given them something from a briefcase to I don't know what all. But I think that they're happy enough to have an event in their honor, and they don't need the award either. And that would cut down on the expenses somewhat.
Anybody else have thoughts on that?
The volunteer appreciation dinner you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes, they always get a gift. And I'm talking about cutting out the gift.
Oh,
cutting out employees' gifts, so.
What's the gift? What do they usually get?
That's Kathy.
The volunteers have gotten everything from like a notebook with a pen to coasters to a keychain. It's kind of eclectic. It always has a city logo on it. But I do believe, Charlotte, I do remember that one. I think it was a messenger bag they got one year. So it's kind of spread across different things.
So the suggestion is just have the dinner without the gift then? Yeah, I would agree with that.
I'm okay with that.
Everybody else okay with that? All right, we're all in agreement on that one. All right. Thanks for letting us go back to that one. I think we're now on slide 41 under general fund revenue scenarios. Ms. Nichols?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Tremblay. Before Mr. Uribe continues, I wanted to give you a correction on a date, and this was back on probably slide 36 when Councilmember Moshe was asking about upcoming items regarding efficiencies and things that we're looking into. And I just wanted to correct this because I think it's very important for the Public Works Department, especially because the in-depth review of transit is very comprehensive, and I know that it kind of shocked him when I mentioned that was coming up at the next meeting. So to correct myself, I wanted to advise the council that on May 27th, the item that is to come to the council is a discussion on the CARES Act funding and the request from RATP to cover the loss of revenue. So there will be discussion on that on 5/27. On June 24th, then, is the in-depth discussion on the review of the transit. And you recall there was certain information and questions and comments that were shared by the council at our previous meeting. So that does require a comprehensive analysis, and that will be coming to the council on June 24th. I apologize for this misstatement, but I did want to correct that because it's very important for Public Works staff that I get this correct. I know they're under a lot of pressure right now to get this analysis completed.
Great. Thanks very much for the clarification.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go on then to slide 41, Mark.
Yes, this is a slide that was presented back on the April 29th meeting. I'm sorry, I went too fast. I was waiting for a highlight there. But what this was attempting to do was present scenarios of showing what dollar amount we would be looking at for an additional 5% revenue decrease, an additional 10% revenue decrease. Now, what's already built into year one is effectively a 10% revenue decrease overall related to the COVID economic impacts. So this slide was shown on the 29th to give an example of what it would look like if a 5%, additional 5% decrease would be a total of close to $2 million, and what that would look like for each department with the assumption that that amount was spread evenly, the cost shared evenly based on a weighted ratio, meaning the same percentage ratio, the same proportionate share of the total revenue, of the total expenditures in the general fund for that department. Example being City Council, 1% of the total, their current budget, 1% of the total budget for the general fund, the share of the 1.9 million additional 5% reduction would be 1% or $19,720. Now, we also, that was just to give some perspective, the preferred approach would be to look at cost reductions in certain areas. A good example is in Public Works with the landscape contract reduction, the tree trimming reductions. Those don't necessarily equate to a departmental expense in the general fund because those are in a separate fund, the lighting and landscaping fund, but it does equate to general fund savings through the transfer out to those funds that subsidizes. Further reductions at the department level, looking at specific areas or contracts, could reduce that $1.9 million figure to something smaller, therefore the proportionate shares something smaller. But again, the preference by staff is to continue working forward. We've closed the gap on year one, wanting to move forward with overall in-depth analysis of department operations, looking at efficiencies and other ways to cut those costs in years 2 through 5. So these next series of slides is by department, a little bit of a comments on the types of services provided by each department and listing some of the operations that were, some of the options that staff in those departments and staff overall citywide is going to be undertaking as we move forward. So, for example, in City Clerk, the examples of the services, and these are not all the services, but just touching on some of the primary ones, is agenda preparation, records management, the Public Records Act compliance, contract insurance review, and elections every other year. The options looking at or include document scanning efficiencies. An example of that is, actually, it's related to the server space for scanned documents, electronic documents. We're running out of server space. That one of the efficiencies was to look at the file structure, and compressing it further makes it a smaller data file and therefore conserve space on the server drive. So what that does is it pushes out the need for additional space on the server. So that's one example of some efficiencies. The shifting of ABC license over to community development, that creates efficiencies because a customer would normally be working with community development, and if there was an ABC license component to that business, then that customer under current scenario would have to then walk over to the city clerk side and go through the ABC licensing process with the city clerk. By shifting it over to community development, that's kind of a one-stop shop for that customer. The other two bullets there are going to be recurring throughout on every department. The reduction of conferences and travel to zero we discussed. The budget review is something that is going to now be a more formal approach to every department reviewing their budget on a monthly basis, but then also coordinating that, rolling that into a quarterly update with council. Under legal services, contract review, resolution ordinance review, land use and planning review as a couple of the key areas. We all know that attorney also spends time in meetings, spends time on agenda reports. But some of the options there, in addition to the budget review, is an operational changes in coordination with municipal code compliance and police services. And what that means is looking at different levels of work in those two divisions, code compliance and police services, that would be able to minimize input from the city attorney's office. Under city manager, those services.
I have a question on that, if I might, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Kildee?
With the city attorney and legal remark, are you talking about perhaps just using this, the city attorney to look over, documents that might be able to be written by somebody else and make sure that all the legal issues are correct in that? Is that what you're talking about doing to a certain extent?
That is another component.
Mark, I could amplify on that, Mayor, if you want.
Go ahead, Mr. Kirk.
Yeah. So I can tell you that I've been in consultation with Commander Tennyson with respect to code enforcement cases. When there's been a violation of the city's municipal code, that's not something that the district attorney will prosecute. That's something that then is assigned to the city attorney's office. And based on conversations that I've had with Commander Tennyson, we believe that we could do some operational changes in respect to how those cases are prosecuted to determine which ones should be filed as, for example, infractions as opposed to misdemeanors. Sometimes if they get filed as an infraction, then it could be handled similar to what a traffic ticket is handled like, where the officer is able to go to court and a city attorney representative does not need to be there. I can't really go into much more detail than that, but I can tell you that based on those conversations, I think we could save some money by engaging in some what I'll call operational changes.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Under the city manager, coordinating all city activities, policy matters, implementing city council goals and objectives, and the city events budget. The options are reviewing the solid waste related fees. We discussed that earlier. That would thereby limit any general fund impacts to subsidizing potentially the solid waste fund. Reductions to conferences, organizational efficiencies. This is a theme throughout the organization, but we place it under the city manager's division rather than repeating it through every other department. But that is the same effort citywide, freezing vacancies to study restructure opportunities, restructure and right-size operations, that's citywide again, and validate for reclassification, transfer, elimination, all related to the organizational levels, and then again budget review. Under the finance department's cash management, financial reporting, internal controls review, budget, utility billing, and business tax, and the two areas there would be conferences and budget review. Under community development, planning, building and safety, code compliance, and housing. And the options there are technological efficiencies. One example of that is in the code compliance division, where if the staff has tablets out in the field, that then reduces the need to come into the office and either print or download information onto a desktop. Relaxing standards for business recovery. I think what we're talking about there is giving the director the ability to approve certain some certain permits rather than having that go to city manager's office or planning commission. And then again, the other two conferences and the budget review. Police services, that includes administration, patrol, traffic, investigation, special enforcement detail, community services, and then fuel, vehicles, and equipment. This is the option I alluded to very early on in the presentation to see if council wanted to consider asking PVSD to pay for a percentage of the school resource officer. The suggested amount there is 50%.
Does any, like to...
Go ahead, Mr. Kildee, or who's first? Go ahead, Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, in the past, did they ever pay for the SRO officer? Never have. Okay.
How many SROs do we have for PVSD? Do we know?
One.
So one covers all of them? Does anybody know why Oxnard Union pays and PVSD never did?
I can fill you in a bit. Pleasant Valley, I think, had it, and I think there might have been a grant associated when that one first started. And then the high school wanted one, and we were in negotiations with them on some building projects, some land swaps, and as part of all of that, it ended up that they paid for their SRO, and then they needed another one at Frontier. I don't know. I think they have 3 now, and they're paying for all of them. And so it was a result of negotiation, and once they started paying for one, they continued then to pay for every added one. But we never went back and asked Pleasant Valley for anything. I think they'll push back against it, but I certainly don't think there's any reason why we shouldn't ask them.
I agree. I think they should be doing the same thing that Oxnard Union does.
I agree. I think we're going to get a pushback from them, but that's okay. I think we should still ask.
I don't think it hurts to ask. You're gonna get a hard pushback. So I mean, they're looking at significant cuts, just as we are, and everyone else is right now too. So we're all in the same boat relative to the economic situation. But I don't think it hurts to talk to them.
Right.
Okay.
On to the
next, we have public works. Services include administration, land development, CIP, traffic, stormwater, street maintenance, transit, and water and wastewater. Those last two are in a blue font, just denoting that there's not a direct general fund impact. And those options include a couple we've already discussed, reducing the landscaping contract by $400,000, reducing the tree trimming contract by $140,000, reducing transit services. We started some discussions there. I believe we're going to have more on June 27th. And then review CIP project progress, and then reduce conferences and more formal budget reviews.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question on that?
Sure, Mr. Moshe.
Mark, on the landscape and the tree trimming, and maybe this goes to Dave, maybe he'll know more about it, but you talked about reducing the frequency. I'm curious, what is the frequency we're reducing it by? If we're tree trimming, say, every 2 weeks, are we going to once a month? So is it a 50% reduction, or?
Yes, thank you, Council. I can shed some light on that. What we've done is taken a first glance look at our existing services, existing frequencies, and look for opportunities to make some reductions in the level of frequency, essentially lengthening the time between activities, and it's going to vary depending on what that is. So we have two main contracts. The landscape maintenance is the largest one. And what we're talking about is, say, for instance, we mow all the grass every week, and what this would do is mow every other week. We service the medians and the parkways along the arterial streets once a week, and that would go to every other week. So essentially changing the frequency. The actual level of when they're out there doing the work, they'll do the amount of work to keep it at the same level of care and health so that we don't jeopardize the asset that we have out there. But in real simple terms, it'll look a little scraggly and some trash and weeds in between visits for a longer period of time now, say up to 2 weeks, rather than if they're out there every week, they're addressing that. At the facilities here at City Hall, Constitution Park, the library, those areas are checked and serviced daily. And where we have trash cans, those are serviced daily. That'll go to a less frequent, haven't nailed down the exact frequency, by maybe only twice a week. And then these items that may need some fill-in by city staff to address on a case-by-case basis in certain areas, city staff will be filling in as needed. So that's the approach we're taking. We don't have a hard and fast reduction in amount of times that we're going to service the different things. It'll once we get this direction from council, we'll need to move forward with an amendment to the contract to identify that change in the scope of work and the associated new cost with a reduction. And then the tree trimming is a separate contract, and essentially the bulk of the work is the street trees on our arterials, and those are typically on a schedule of every 1 to 2 years of trimming. Of course, we always take care of any tree that does need trimming for any specific reason, for health and safety or hazard, and that'll continue. But the normal cycle of trimming will double. So we won't, it'll be between every 2 and 3 or 3 and 4 years for trimming. So just those level of frequency will be half. Will be less frequent that we'll be trimming the trees.
Okay.
Mr. Mulchay, did you have another follow-up?
I was going to start moving down this list, but if Kevin wanted to talk about the landscaping.
Okay, Mr. Kildee?
Well, I'm not in favor of cutting back of the trash pickup. I think nothing makes the city look worse than having trash cans that are overflowed. And plus, I think it's a health risk. So I think we definitely, if we're going to do anything, we want to make sure that we keep the trash cans maintenance free as you can.
Was he talking about trash cans or just picking up litter that people throw out of their cars into the medians?
It's actually both. The contractor provides both services when they visit the medians and the parkways. If there's trash existing there, just like weeds, they'll pick that up and take care of it. But they also do service trash cans at, as I mentioned, the different facilities, that there's trash cans outside at Constitution Park, at the library, at the Metrolink station. We also have some trash cans in the F Canyon area near some trails, and those get serviced by this contractor. And what we would do is choose a reasonable reduction that we feel would be satisfactory, and then if there's a need for additional service, probably the first easiest step would be to have city staff take care of that on an as-needed basis.
Yeah, I don't see the reason why we can't empty our own trash cans if need be. I don't think it's going to become a significant issue, but question on the transit services. If we're going to be talking next week about funding, but yet we're going to talk then a month later about services. Aren't we kind of doing it backwards a little bit?
So the next week on the funding is specific to a request that we've received from RATP. I'm giving you a preview, no cost preview here of next week's. So with the CARES Act funding, one of the main purposes of that is to have funding available to address the reduction in revenue and the impacts to the cost of service that are being felt by cost, the reduction of services in transit. The operator still has a certain level of normal operating expenses that they have to maintain. And while revenue is way down, about 75% down compared to the year ago, last April. So the RATP is incurring significant losses and is asking, as is being enacted in other transit agencies, for relief through the use of CARES Act funding. So staff is preparing an amendment based on that request to implement a use of the CARES Act funding to help offset those operating costs that the RATP is under without the revenue stream coming in because of the reduction in services that we've put in place. So that's a specific item to that contract itself related to the CARES Act funding, and wanted to take that forward as soon as possible. So council can give consideration and direction. And then the other follow-up from our previous transit item discussion, we're pulling all that information together and to have a comprehensive revisit of that, and our collective executive staff here review of best timing for that. The 10th isn't the best time to do that with everything else on the agenda, with what we're addressing with the budget and the CIP, that we plan to bring that back on the next meeting, June 24th, for the transit review.
Dave, a point of clarification. The truck and general service dial-a-ride are not currently operating because of the pandemic and decisions the council has made?
I'm sorry, you cut out there a couple times, so I didn't get it all.
The trolley and general service dial-a-ride is not currently operating within the city at this time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's probably the largest reason why it's way down. I know that we maintain service for seniors and ADA, complimentary paratransit.
That's correct, and our fixed route, which
and the fixed route. You're right.
Ridership is if you recall from the ridership numbers, it's one of the relatively lower portions of our ridership on the fixed route. So yes, that's where the significant decrease in ridership is because the general purpose dial-a-ride and the trolley is not in service right now.
My only concern about having the broader transit discussion later is that, they just announced that the county is getting permission to accelerate opening, and I'm wondering if we're going to have to talk about transit in whole, if not in this transition period, as to whether or not, the questions are going to begin to get asked as to whether or not we want to start restoring certain types of services, and doing that in absence of having a broader discussion about transit and where it's all going might be a little premature.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. The other is adding back some services would put us back closer to what status quo was pre-COVID, and even in that time frame, we knew we were going to be looking at a deeper dive into future transit operations that still can be made June 24th and even beyond. Some of these changes, as we were talking about before, with going with possibly additional fixed routes, that's going to take some study time even before that change in service would be enacted. While I agree we want to revisit that as soon as we can, I don't see anything, again, it's council's discretion, but as things open back up, doesn't make sense to add back in some level of service, maybe not all of it, but we can look at that. Basically, as we're reversing possibly some of the steps that were taken to enact reductions, we can reverse some of that as we go forward in addressing the current situation with reopening.
I understand that. My biggest concern is, and we've discussed it several times before, that status quo, is particularly in light of the current budgetary situation and economic situation, status quo is simply not sustainable in the long term. So, not even in the short term, because it was drawing on the general fund by $1.2 million. I don't want to over leverage or I don't want to rest on our heels because we have the CARES Act funding that we could put towards and help supplement the cost in public transit. So what I'm asking is we just put as much emphasis I know I need more than just myself to speak on this, but I do really want to put emphasis on that the timeliness of this topic is important.
Yep, understood.
Anybody else want to comment on this? All right. Thank you, Mr. Klotzel. Mark, do you have additional comments?
The next department is the Administrative Services Department. Then those activities include human resources, library operations, internal services. Some of those examples are the risk management, facilities, information services, and fleet services funds. And some of the options to look at are the library contract, updating the reserve studies. The reserve studies are for primarily facilities internal service fund. And what that does is it helps determine replacement costs that then feed into the reserves levels that need to be maintained by the facilities internal service fund. Review fleet replacement schedules. Again, it's looking at not so much just the replacement schedule, but actual needs of the fleet services, and then replacement schedules to make sure that we're replacing only as needed. The next two are the recurring themes of reducing conferences and the budgetary review. I lost. Okay. For this next section, talking about library operations, I'll ask John Thomas to come forward.
Yeah, so as was mentioned earlier tonight, I've been in contact with LS&S. They are aware that we're looking at various options with reducing the contract. We asked them to prepare for us what a 5% and what a 10% reduction would look like. The range there would then be about $91,000 as a reduction or a savings, up to $183,000 as a reduction or savings. And of course, this would impact operating hours, staffing level, and also programming. At the 5% level, we would be looking at possibly in that scenario, it would be a closure on Sunday, where the library would be closed on Sunday. And then the 10% reduction would be still the closure on Sunday, but with on Thursday night closing at 5 p.m. instead of the regular 9 p.m. Staffing levels would be reduced from 23 on the 5% level. Staffing levels would be reduced from 23 FTEs to 20.4 FTEs. And then at the 10% level, staffing would go from 23 to 17.9 FTEs. Programming would also be affected. The Sunday, for a closure on Sunday, the programming on that day typically are musical concerts, musical kind of events, and so that would be a limit in that programming. The 10% reduction would include the Sunday musical concerts as well as the Thursday night movie night. So we'd be looking at that. As far as the number of programs over a course of a year is 937 programs. The removal of 24 events of the musical concerts for each of the Sundays would be about 2% of the programming. And then movie nights that occur on Thursday night would make up for a total of 9%. So if we did the whole 10% reduction, programming would be cut by 9%. And so that's kind of where we're headed. That's where we're looking at. I wanted to give you a picture of what it could look like with a 5 and a 10% reduction. And this, we're still working on some of the details of this, but I just wanted to give you a glimpse of the two options we've been asking them to prepare for us. Additionally, the library, we have a materials budget. That materials budget has typically been the Friends donation, which characteristically is about $200,000. Sometimes it's $180,000, but over the last few years it's been at the $200 level. We then supplement that amount with the library fund balance, and we've been supplementing at a level about 150, so we would have 350,000 for materials. Now, as has been communicated through this process, that library fund balance is no longer available. So that would mean that if we were to continue to maintain a donation from the Friends at a $200,000 level, in order to maintain the 350,000, we would have to pull $150,000 from the general fund to maintain that level of 350,000. So we asked LS&S again to provide us two options. One with a reduction of $100,000. What would it look like to reduce this materials budget by $100,000, and what would it look like to reduce it at $200,000? And the various effects that it would have on the different areas of collections. You know, we have databases, and we have children's books, and we have adult printed materials, things such as that. And then how would they adjust those collections based on these reduced numbers? And so that's all information that we'll be able to bring back in more detail. The timing of this would likely be probably either, I would imagine it would be either after the budget year, or it would coincide with when we would look to reopen the library, so that we reopen to this new, the new hours, if there were to be new hours. That would be maybe a logical break to then enter into this new operating structure. We will be bringing back on June 10th the option for curbside pickup. It was on the list of things to be brought back on the June 10th meeting, so we are also working with them to just clarify and more formalize that process and what it will take. And so we can anticipate curbside pickup for not the next meeting on the 27th, but June 10th. And that's all I have on this slide, unless there's any questions.
All right, thank you, Thomas. I have a comment. Madam Vice Mayor, hang on a second, Mr. Khalib. Susan was up first.
John, when this comes back, will we also get some data on, visitors to the library per day and per hour, so that we can see, what cutting hours would look like and how many people it would affect?
Yes, we do have statistics on that. We do have a people counter at the entry, and so it measures activity at the library, and we can break it down by hour. And we could provide statistics with that, and also we could provide information as far as other libraries and their hours and those kinds of things. And then as far as materials budget, we can compare other libraries of our size and square footage, and also with population, and how the materials budget, how we could compare with the other cities.
That's great. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Kildee? Yeah, Mr. Thomas, my gut feeling is that the Friends of the Library, as far as their donation, will be somewhat impacted this year, if not, significantly impacted. So I don't know if we could quite budget. I believe the figure of 200,000 was there. And question number two, as far as curbside delivery, will there be a timeline when that can be implemented? And in other words, I think a lot of the discussion's going to be when the library reopens. So,
well, the curbside.
Those are the two questions. You can get some more information on the June 24th meeting before that.
Yes. Yeah, the curbside pickup would be an instance where the library is not allowing patrons to enter into the facility, but yet could provide pickup through, they would probably set up an out, like in the courtyard, some sort of a pop-up tent, and then their staff would be laying out materials and actually having people come through that. So they're not actually, it would be during the time that the library is actually closed. And to the question regarding the Friends of the Library, the Sunday, yes, that would limit the foot traffic through the Friends on that day. And they do, a lot of the Friends do hold a concert on that Sunday. And they use it as a means to advertise and advertise their membership so people can join. And yes, it's well taken. We understand that this year will be a year that likely with the Friends being closed for, a few months, it will definitely impact. And so with the reduction of the 200,000 and the 100,000, what will happen is we can see sort of the gamut of a low Friends contribution, and then we can have a discussion as to what kind of contribution we might want to make out of the general fund. So that'll be part of the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mark, you have some additional presentation?
I got to follow up, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mulchay. Hang on, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Mulchay's got a question.
Yes. Johnny, I do want to emphasize, when it comes to library programs, you talked about all the programs, what they're looking at. I just want to make sure when we look at eliminating programs, I know there's going to have to be reductions, but obviously there are certain programs that we're not going to be able to hold, or they're not going to be able to hold due to health orders, and those need to be looked at, and those are probably going to be some of the first to go. And then when it comes to looking at other events, obviously those that are least attended are those that require the most staff time and or resources in terms of funds, where very few people attend. So the cost per engagement, I think those need to be heavily looked at as well. So that way we can try to retain with what we do retain. We retain things that are either most meaningful to people and or where the greatest bang for the buck is achieved, and let some of the other ones fall by the wayside if we're going to look at anything.
Yes, that point's well taken, and we'll make sure that we analyze it from that standpoint.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, John. Mark, additional presentation?
The last slide is just talking about next steps. We have some work to do before bringing back a budget on June 10th, and then into the next fiscal year, we would be looking at probably late October for a first quarterly budget review. And that's the final slide. Open for questions or comments at this point.
Would like to start off with questions or comments? Ms. Craven?
I've done all my talking.
Well, I don't see any other raised hands. I'm going to go ahead and just plunge in. Before I participated in the meeting tonight, I assume, I almost said came to the meeting, but I was thinking of two things that I wanted to see. And first of all, before I go there, Mark, thank you and thank you to all the finance staff and to all the staff for being there tonight. You've done an extraordinary amount of work, and I really appreciate it. So kudos to staff, all the staff, for all the work that you've done. Thank you very much for that. The two ideas that I was thinking about, one was to ask for a concept of some sort of in addition to the budget that we're adopting, in essence, kind of a separate budget contingency plan, because the concern that I have, first of all, I'm skeptical, as I said earlier in the meeting, about some of the revenue forecasts with regard to property taxes and sale taxes and TOTs. We have anticipated hits that are coming our way, negative hits on gas tax and SB1 funds, and our TDA funds are already hit. So it's on both the general fund and the non-general fund side. And then Mr. Mulchay said earlier, talked about the CARES Act and our transit costs currently being unsustainable before we got to this pandemic. So I agree with them. I think we've got to make some hard decisions sooner rather than later, although I understand the timing constraints that staff is under. One of the things I was going to ask about is, okay, so what happens if, for example, our TOTs and sales tax revenue come in at 5% or 10% less, and we just have, we're going to end up having to do some budget adjustments during the course of the fiscal year. And what I had originally planned to ask for was some sort of budget contingency plan that wouldn't specify the numbers and the reductions in detail, but would just philosophically give, conceptually, here's where we cut. But I think, Mark, based on what you presented tonight, that's sort of I consider that to be kind of a roadmap for where we would go if we need to do additional reductions.
Correct.
And so that kind of answered my first, but my second is this. I think it's absolutely imperative that the council have regular budget updates. And I know that it takes a while, for example, for our sales tax revenue numbers to come in. It takes about 2.5 months at least to come in. What I am hoping that we will do is to, once each calendar quarter, have a very specific agenda item for a comprehensive budget review, fiscal year to date, plus any adjustments that, based on the revenues coming in, if we have to make some adjustments. And to have that as a quarterly budget adjustment item for a quarterly meeting. I'm thinking, for example, the second regular meeting of the third month of each calendar quarter. We can pick it. But also, as part of that, I think we need to have at least once per month a report, which does not have to be accompanied by analysis, but a report on numbers where if there are significant decreased revenues from the revenues that have been forecast, I'd like to know about it. I'd like to know well before we get to a quarterly budget adjustment meeting. I don't want to be in a situation where, for example, I learn in a quarterly meeting, after month 3 in the fiscal year, that TOTs are way down. I'd like to know that well before then. So I'm asking for 2 things here. Number 1, that the council indicate its desire that once each month, one of the 2 regular meetings, there be a staff report on whether or not there are any significant deviations from the forecasted revenues that went into this budget, into this 2021 budget. And it does not need to be accompanied by analysis, because I realize that takes time for the departments to do. But at least the council would have a heads up on numbers. And then secondly, that we request that we have at least once per quarter a specific budget session where we can go through the numbers in detail, compare budget to actual numbers each quarter, make adjustments where necessary. And we do that during the course of the 2021 fiscal year. So those are my 2 asks. Mrs.
Connor, do you mean like a budget to actual report every month? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking for a budget to, I'm asking for, no, for every month, I'm asking for a report as to any significant reductions or deviations from forecasted revenues. So
what about increases?
Well, we could sure. I mean, we could do the expenditure side too. I think it's such an unusual
No,
year.
increase if we got more in for some reason.
That's fine, and that's a good point. But I'd like to know if there's some significant deviation in the numbers that we're being asked to approve in the 2021 budget for year one. That way, we at least have those numbers in mind. They do not have to be accompanied by analysis. But then when we get to a once a quarter budget adjustment item or meeting, then we will have that accompanying analysis, and we will have had those numbers in mind leading up to that quarterly meeting. I just think we have a much greater obligation in this fiscal year to do. We always have a great obligation to do oversight on our budget, but I think this year, out of any year I can remember, we have an even greater obligation. And I'm not asking for, I'm just asking for numbers each month. I'm not trying to, I know the pushback may be from a staff standpoint that we're increasing their workload unduly, but I at least would like to know about numbers.
Can I jump in before staff answers?
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I get where you're going with this, but for instance, I think it'd be a little difficult to do it monthly with sales tax because we get the numbers quarterly and there's a lag on that. So we're not going to know as far as sales tax for, at least 3 months, and that'd be a little bit
for sales tax. I hear you. Yeah. We may have those numbers for other, you're right, and sales tax lagged by about 3 months. Sales tax lags for about 3 months. But
property tax is only twice a year.
Well, we'll know, for example, what receipts we will be receiving in on ad valorem property taxes, probably in, Mark, you'll have to help me on this, for the April 10th installment. We'll probably know at the end of next month, right?
The assessed values, I think we typically receive information on that in, I want to say August.
No, I'm sorry, I meant the amounts collected. When would we know?
We receive in, is it November, December timeframe, the first? Right, December and May are the estimates of when we typically receive property tax. Our first indication is the assessed values. We have those for fiscal year 20-21. Moving forward, we would go based on assessed values, but then it becomes a matter of collections.
What I don't want to have happen is I don't want to be surprised or have numbers that I could have known 2 months previously then catch up to me. I'd like to have time to digest the numbers, even without the analysis. So that's where I'm coming from. Okay, I see Sean raised his hand, and then Susan's on deck.
On this kind of topic we're talking about right now, Mr. Mayor, I wholly agree. And in this day and age, there's no reason we have to wait 3 months to figure out where things stand. We live in an age of almost real-time data. So there are tons of reports, and there is access to a fire hose of data that I know multiple people in the county already have access to when it comes to, say, credit card sales, and seeing how credit card sales in your specific city are stacking up to historical averages. And that could be a very quick and easy tell if things are kind of off the rails, so to speak, and aren't aligning with particular expectations. There are little things, little tests, certain data points you can utilize that won't give you the whole picture, but it'll give you a little insight, and it'll give you some sort of heads up if something is materially off. I'm talking not a percentage or so, but if somehow it's far more significant than what we think, there's several things. There's a lot of different reports and insight we can glean from credit card companies particularly as to how spending patterns are shaping up. And you can nail things down. I mean, you can splice the data any way you want, and it's not hard to get your hands on. So I think to fully realize everything does take time. But if we're looking under rocks for surprises, then that's not difficult.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yeah. So first of all, I want to thank the staff and Mark. This is a lot of work, and I know we're really scrutinizing you, and it probably doesn't feel great, but I think it's really important that we're doing this. So thanks for bearing with us and for understanding why we're being so inquisitive and really wanting to look at this carefully. I thought we had already decided to do quarterly budget review. I was going to ask, and this is up to the rest of the council, obviously, I would like to do these quarterly budget reviews separate from our meetings in a study session like this. I think it's so important that I don't want to go through 3 or 4 hours of our regular meeting and then have to do the budget on top of that. And I would like to see if the rest of you would be open to having it separate from, an extra meeting or extra like this, or something just not buried in another meeting. Not buried in a regular meeting is what I meant. And I agree with you, Mayor, with getting monthly reports. I don't think that means that we're expecting to see sales tax revenue every month, but when those reports come back, when we get more information, whatever we've received that month that helps us know what's happening and helps us see the day-to-day changes or the effects of changes, and helps us be thoughtful about what we're doing and prepare for our quarterly budget review, I think would be really helpful.
Mrs. Craven?
Yeah, I just want to say that I think you can't expect too much from these monthly things because you yourself pointed out, and Mark again pointed out tonight, we get the vast majority of our income from sales tax and property tax. We get the property tax report at the very end, or we get the money at the very end, or the amount at the very end of December, or very early January, and then late April, early May. So that's twice a year. So for 10 months a year, you're going to get a report that says 0 in property tax, and that's a third of our income. Then there's the other third, and that's sales tax, and that's a quarterly report, and it lags by a quarter. And so, the budgets to actuals are often disappointing. You get all the TOT and this and that, which is a very insignificant part. I don't object to getting them. I just don't want people to expect to see anything significant in the majority of those reports. But I thought, like Susan, that we had already agreed to having quarterly budget reports. And I agree with her that during a regular meeting is not the time to delve into it, especially this year. So I think that having it as a study session would be very good where it's separate and apart. The first one we might even want to have as a special adjourned meeting, a special meeting, a separate meeting. And after that, we could see how it went. And then I want to thank Mark for making a presentation, and I know his staff is right there behind him every step of the way. But I've never seen anybody stand as he did for the other night for 8 hours, standing up, making a report to us, and then again followed up by 6 hours tonight. That's remarkable. So I appreciate all of the effort they put into developing all this and also into the presentation.
Thank you, Mrs. Craven.
Mayor, can I make just a real quick? I want to thank the staff too, and Mark, and a lot of work. This is, everybody's right. This is an extremely unusual and a real challenging year. There's absolutely no question about it. And yes, I think that decision, we need to have the quarterly updates in a separate meeting, I think that would be very appropriate as well, too. And we're going to be dealing with this for a number of months. I think we're all very much aware of that.
I wanted to come back and just add two quick things. First of all, then I'm glad we're going to be doing the quarterly budget focus, our quarterly budget meeting. My thought would be that in those quarterly budget meetings, I think we need to be able to take action right then and there. Normally in our study sessions, we normally have not done that. So I would be in favor, for example, and see what you think about this, of having a special meeting in order for each one of those quarterly budget meetings, that it be counted as a special meeting. And I'd like to know what everybody's view is on that, so we can take immediate action.
Maybe a separate meeting instead of let the city clerk decide if it's going to be special or separate or adjourned or whatever.
Right, it would be separate, Charlotte, from our two regular meetings each month.
Yeah, I agree, but I hate for us to designate it has to be a special meeting, which has a legal connotation.
We can let Jeffrey, we can let our city clerk figure that out. I think it probably would be a special meeting, but in any event, just not in the realm of a normal type study session. I just want to make sure that we can take action. Go ahead. Sorry.
Can I get a clarification on action?
Yeah, Mr. Kildee.
Yeah. So are we talking about, for instance, if the revenues start to fall off, are we talking about making a decision that night to perhaps, let's just say, trim the police budget? Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about, I'm not following what you mean by taking action that night.
Mr. Kildee, what I was talking about is the last several slides that Mark presented to us tonight included a number of areas in which we could go if we had a fall off in revenue. And I would be in favor of giving us the ability to take action that night in order to effectuate any reductions in service that we feel like we need to do.
So we're pretty much talking about perhaps amending the contracts then. Is that what you're pretty much referring to?
Possibly, but what we had on the last several slides tonight, I look as a roadmap of potential reductions that can be made depending on whether or not revenues come in at less than what we anticipated on the budget. And I just would like us to be in a position where we can take action, be nimble, and take action quickly.
Yeah, okay. I needed clarification on that, what specifically you were talking about taking action. Thank you.
Did that help? Oh, okay. And then with regard to the monthly reports, like Sean, I think there are certain things that we ought to be able, that finance, for example, considers significant, and I won't define what that is, or a substantial deviation. I won't define what that is exactly, but from the numbers that we anticipated in the budget, forecasted in our budget, and the sooner we can know about those numbers, the better. And I'm not defining them specifically. I know sales tax lags for a quarter, but there are other numbers that we may be able to get, and I just don't want to be in a situation where I learn those numbers come in 30 to 45 days prior to one of our quarterly budget meetings. I'd like to know about it sooner rather than later. So that's why I asked for a monthly report, and to ask finance to think about that. Okay.
Can I have one little?
Mr. Mulchay.
I want to run your coattails a little bit here. I just want to reemphasize that in times like these, timeliness is critical, and being able to have relevant, timely information and be able to take relevant and timely action is key. I go a step further in that I don't even want to be reactive to a changing situation. I want to be proactive, and I'd like to, there are a slew of things that I personally see opportunity in right-sizing and making far more efficient sooner rather than later. I see additional cuts that I think can be made and additional monies that can be saved without significant impacts to service or to offerings. So I'd like us to be ambitious and, again, continue to think outside the box and find ways. Don't take a budget number and try to say, all right, how do we fill the bucket, so to speak? I'd like to really look at outcomes and say, how can we just simply do something? How can we provide something cheaper, more efficiently, more effectively? And then, we'll come to realize the costs and whatnot. I mean, they need to be less than what they are now. But I continue on coming down this path. I don't want to rest on our heels just because numbers are coming in generally the way we expected. I'd like to be more proactive, and I come back to transit because that's kind of the 800-pound gorilla right now, at least in my book. But I want to be really proactive, regardless of where things are going. I think there's definitely things that need to be addressed in that category. That we shouldn't let up on the gas, if I can make that pun. When it comes to addressing that issue. So.
Okay. Any other comments on this item?
I do have one question, if I may, when the time is appropriate.
Sure. Go ahead, Mark.
A little clarification on the contingency plan as far as format. Something to bring back on the 10th. Is it an adoption type of a document?
No, I'm sorry, Mark. I came into the night thinking, before I ever saw the PowerPoint, thinking that I was going to ask for a budget contingency plan, and I don't think I needed to do that now because I think you gave us enough of a roadmap, at least a starting point in the latter slides in the presentation tonight. What I really had wanted was just if we thought that revenues were coming in a lot less than what had been forecasted, what had been budgeted, that we would at least have some areas philosophically what we could do to respond in kind. And I kind of frame that as a budget contingency plan, but I don't think we need to have that. And if I didn't make that clear enough first time around, I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Again, Mark, I want to echo Mrs. Craven's view. I don't know how you're still standing after all of this. So thank you. Kudos to you and to your staff and to all the staff tonight. You've done a marvelous job getting us this information. So thank you for that. I think that concludes this item. Unless Ms. Nichols, do you have anything else for us on this particular item?
No, that concludes our budget presentation. Thank Council for your comments and your questions. We have got some work to do, so we'll be back on the 10th, and we're hoping for adoption. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Then at this point, Mark, thank you again. At this point, then, we're going to recess into closed session for item number 3A on the agenda. Mr. Pierrick, would you give us the announcement on that one, please?
Can I close the CAMSAN meeting?
Thank you, Mrs. Craven. Would you do that, please?
I will now adjourn the CAMSAN meeting.
And I will adjourn the Camarillo Library Board.
All right, and I'll adjourn the successor agency meeting, but we still have the City Council meeting going, and we'll recess into closed session. And Mr. Pierrick, I don't think you made the announcement on this particular item before, so please do so now.
That's right, I haven't. It's a closed session conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Number of cases is 1. And I would just remind counsel that there's a separate Zoom meeting ID and password that you should have for this closed session. If anybody can't find it, you can call me.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Goodbye.